And just like that, we are back in business. We are live once again for another Wake 'em Up Wednesday. How is everybody doing out there in YouTube land? I am your host, the one and only Jake the Awake. My watch page just popped on and everything is looking clear and looking good. I got a nice little crowd already built up here. It even seems like Eric Dubay's boyfriend showed up to the stream tonight, you guys. So I expect tonight, since I'm going to be debunking Eric Dubay and proving that he's a liar once again, since I'm going to be exposing that he is a shill like I have in the past, and since I've done this before, I already know we're going to see an increase in trolls here tonight. We're going to see an increase in accounts who've never showed up here before and who don't normally show up here, but they're going to show up tonight specifically to try and defend Eric Dubay. And one thing I've learned about Dubay's dick lickers is they're a lot like Trump supporters in the fact that they worship Dubay no matter what he says and does. A lot like Trump supporters, no matter what Trump says or does, the Trump supporters keep on supporting him. They worship their orange jab daddy no matter what he does and says. That's basically the same as Dubay's cult, and I'm going to prove tonight that even when you show examples of Dubay lying, contradicting himself, even when you prove him wrong over and over again, there's always going to be these nameless, faceless trolls who will show up and have his back. And so I expect there to be a lot of troll activity tonight as I debunk and destroy shill ass Eric Dubay once again. Who's ready to have some fun tonight? All right. Got a good show lined up for you. Here's the thing, I'm not just going to be picking on poor Eric Dubay for no reason. He actually responded to me and he used my name and put my image on his thumbnail. So this is going to be my official response tonight to Eric Dubay's video where he talked about me and lied about me. He called his boyfriend on the phone and they decided to gossip about me like a couple of girls. So we're going to go over that gossip video tonight. I'm going to break down every little piece of it. I'm going to show you who the real Flat Earth King is. And I'm going to make sure that by the end of this stream, it's understood and undisputed who the king of the Flat Earth content creation really is. So without further ado, you guys ready to get started tonight? And just to make sure that nobody can ad hominem attack me over the funny hat, I'm not going to wear the funny hat tonight. In fact, I got a haircut, got my hair styled, right? I believe I am looking pretty good. See, I'm one of those guys that keeps myself looking presentable so that I can present myself on camera. So here I am presenting myself on camera, and I already took away the ability for Dubay's nutlickers to talk about my funny hat. Yeah. So sadly, they won't be able to talk about my goofy hat tonight because I'm not going to wear it. But there it is. It's back there. All right. So we like to start the show with me saying hello to everybody. Hi, everybody. Hi, mods. Good to see you guys. Suffocation Vacay. I see RY's here. What's up, RY? Got Holden and Truth Hurts. Suzette Ann. Nice to see you guys. Jonah's here. Hi, Jonah. Who else is here? Insane in the Brain. Truth Hurts. I think I saw Rose Bell earlier in chat as well. Got a Coffee Bean Tree here. All right. Can taste says Dubay is a vegan. Yes, So, one of the things that separates us, I eat meat, and I tell people that a quality animal protein is healthy and good for you, whereas Eric Dubay promotes that you eat one vegan meal a day and never eat any animal proteins or animal fat. So that's definitely one of the things where we differ. He promotes what I believe to be a New World Order slave diet that will make you unhealthy. Now, this is one of those things, vegan versus carnivore, where it can be subjective and it can be up to the person to decide what diet is most healthy for them. So it's not just going to be like a vegan versus carnivore stream. I'm going to prove Dubay wrong in many ways tonight, and I'm going to show the differences between this channel and his channel. And I'm going to draw a very clear line in the sand tonight between what's right and what is wrong. I'm going to draw a very clear line in the sand between good and evil tonight. So it's going to be a stream you won't want to miss. So let's go ahead and knock out these super chats. Got some super chats before the show even started. Let me go ahead and knock these out, and then we'll go ahead and kick off the stream. So there's people who send super chats, and sometimes they have requests that I do impressions. So that's one of the things we do here is if somebody sends me an impression request, I do as good of a job as I possibly can. I try my hardest to do the impression as best I can and make it as entertaining and funny as possible. And so I don't just show up and start doing impressions for no reason. My audience requests it, and it's become part of what we do here each week is that I get impression requests, usually from RY. And so we're going to start the show off today with the impression requests and the super chats. And then it's going to be a hardcore shill debunking fest once we get through the super chats. So, all right, let me pull up the watch page. It looks like the first super chat that came in is not showing up in StreamYard on my end. So I'm going to have to pull it up on the watch page. So let me go ahead and pull up the watch page here and go to fan funding. The first super chat that came in was from RY. So first super chat that came in says, "Hi Jake, happy Wake 'em Up Wednesday. Can you please start the show by singing a few lines from Love and Happiness by Al Green?" All right, so the first super chat tonight came in so early that it wasn't even showing up in my StreamYard software. And it's from RY, and he wants me to sing Love and Happiness by Al Green. All right, Love and Happiness by Al Green. All right, that's not really a song I'm that familiar with, so let me see what I can do here. Love and happiness. Say love and happiness. Oh yeah, talking about love and happiness. Ooh, say love and happiness. But wait a minute, something's going wrong. There's someone on the phone. 3 o'clock in the morning, yeah. Talking about she can make it right, yeah, yeah. With love and happiness. Ooh, love and happiness. All right, there you go. I have never heard that song until today. I saw that RY requested Al Green, Love and Happiness. So I put on the song just before the stream started, and I had to learn the chorus real quick. So that's the first time I've ever had to sing that song, and I had to learn it today just before the stream started. All right, so thank you, RY, kicking us off with the first super chat of the night. And then the second super chat came in from Suffocation Vacation. And there was no message attached, just a super chat that came in. Whoop, my bad. I accidentally just removed his moderator status and then reapplied it. There you go. All right. Sorry about that. I accidentally hit the wrong button and unmodded you. Realized I made a mistake and then I re-added you as a mod, bro. All right. All right. So next super chat coming in from Vincent Biagini. He says, "Let's go." Thank you, Vincent, for the super chat. Very generous of you. Indeed, it is go time. The show has officially kicked off. I'm going to knock out these super chats as quick as possible, and then we're going to dive right into the show tonight. I got some hardcore flat earth information. We're going to be looking at sunrise angles, sunset angles. I'm going to show you guys how one singular circling sun, one singular circling moon is impossible, and that's exactly what Eric Dubay has been pushing for over a decade. So I'm going to debunk that shit tonight, which I've already done in the past many times, but it seems like every year I have to repeat this information because the shills like to pretend like I haven't already debunked their ass in the past. So basically, every year or so, I have to represent the same information and debunk the same shills that I already done debunked years and years ago, several times. So yeah, it's going to happen again tonight. So that's how I already know we're going to have a bunch of trolls and shills showing up trying to do damage control tonight, but it's not going to work. Suffocation Vacation says, "Kick his ass, Seabass." Oh, it's going to be easy. You see, the thing is, I have the truth on my side. And also, whenever shills do a hit piece video, they always resort to lying about me. And so the hit piece video never works. It's never successful. And that's because I can always explain exactly how they're lying and what they're lying about. So no hit piece video that's ever been made about me has ever actually worked or been truly effective. And I actually gained subs on Sunday when the supposed hit piece from Dubay came out. There was enough people who decided to hit the subscribe button and check me out that I actually gained subscribers after Dubay put out a hit piece on me. So that just goes to show you that these hit pieces don't really have any effect on me, and their bot comments with all of the ad hominem attacks, yeah, none of that actually does anything to harm me or my credibility. See, I can always show people who the real truther is, who's the real one with all the receipts and proofs. And that's what's going to be happening tonight. We're going to be kicking some ass, Seabass. All right, the Great Bamboozler says, Trump, everyone knows Eric Dubay is a shill and Jake the Awake is on top of the flat earth. Looks like we got a impression request from the Great Bamboozler. So everybody knows that Eric Dubay is a controlled opposition flat earther. The flat earth was a controlled rollout. Now, the earth is indeed not a globe. But fellas like Eric Dubay, quite frankly, he's a gatekeeper. He's a liar. He's a charlatan. He's been telling people for years that a single circling sun goes around in a circle over the AE map and supposedly supplies everybody with the correct amount of daylight hours, supposedly achieves the correct sunrise and sunset angles for everybody on Earth with one singular circling sun. Quite frankly, this is a lie. It's impossible. It's provably wrong. It has been proven wrong, and it shall be proven wrong again. And that's because Jake the Awake, he's the greatest truth teller ever known. He's the king of the flat earth. He's the only one that you should be getting your flat earth information from in 2026. He's proven time and time and again that he is the one who's genuine. In fact, I don't know about you, but I like to get all of my information from Jake the Awake. He's proven he is the number one true source of truth in the flat earth topic. He's on top of the flat earth world, so to speak. He's a lot of genius, this Jake the Awake. There you go. to the Great Bamboozler. We got trout fishing at Hood Park coming in with a very, very generous donation. It says, look and fly with the new do. Well, it's a haircut that I've got several times in the past. It's a simple, easy cut that I can quickly just throw a little gel in my hair and spike it up. And so yeah, it's low maintenance. So during the summertime, I like to keep my hair on the shorter side, more low maintenance, so I don't have to do much. And so yeah, I figured since a lot of Eric Dubay's taint lickers are the type of people who will ad hominem attack the goofy hat, I figured I might as well do a stream where I present all my information without wearing the goofy hat, looking as best as I can as possible, because that's one of those things that they like to try and use against me, is that sometimes I wear a funny hat. So yeah, tonight figured I'd show off the new haircut, take away the ability for the Eric Dubay supporters to attack me simply for wearing a hat. Yep. So yeah, they're gonna have to focus on the information that I present tonight, rather than the funny hat. So thank you, Trout Fishing at Hood Park, coming in with a very generous donation tonight. Doxological Thinker with a donation says, I think I know one of the reasons why he won't show himself on camera. He can't everyone see how unhealthy veganism is. Yes, so in Eric's response, he made sure not to put himself on camera. He and his boyfriend did a whole lot of gossiping about me, and I'm going to show you exactly what they said tonight. But they made sure not to put themselves on camera. I would argue that the most human thing that Eric Dubay's done in many years is make a response video to me recently. So that's, in my opinion, like the most human thing that I have seen Eric Dubay do in years. And it's almost as if his handler got on the phone and said, yeah, Jake just called out your channel as being AI, so we're going to need you to go ahead and make a response video to Jake. And so Eric got on the phone and called up his boyfriend, and they decided to talk about me and talk about how I do these live streams and make a bunch of excuses why Eric's not a shill. So I'm going to go over all of it tonight. And then we'll see what their response is to that. Not only did Eric suddenly respond to my live stream, Math Powerland also uploaded videos to both his channels, which I showed were essentially dead. So I did a live stream on my birthday for 4.5 hours. And what I said caused enough damage, enough discomfort, that Eric Dubay had to call his boyfriend and gossip about me and perform damage control. And Matt Powerland decided to upload videos to his channels of him painting a pool. And he hadn't uploaded anything in almost a year on either of his channels. So my 4.5 hour live stream caused enough discomfort to these content creators that they felt the need to respond to me. So that means guys like Eric Dubay watched my birthday stream, watched the whole stream, and he was so upset with what I said that he felt the need to respond to me directly and use my name and gossip about me. So yeah, guess what? Tonight I'm going to go over all of it. I'm going to show his whole video and then show all of the receipts and all of the proof of who's actually telling the truth and who's actually the liar. I'm going to draw a very clear, definitive line in the sand. This isn't beef. This isn't drama. This is the real deal. Gonna expose a shill. And anybody in the comments or anybody here in the live chat who starts resorting to ad hominem attacks, I'm gonna ask that my moderators go ahead and time anyone out who just starts resorting to ad hominem attacks, and anyone who's pushing the narrative that I'm purposely starting drama or purposely starting a beef with Eric to cause dissension amongst the flat earth community. Anyone pushing that narrative, that's also a shill narrative. So oftentimes, whenever I start to debunk shills, they will show up in the comments and say, Jake's starting drama. Jake's causing division. And that's because they don't want you to listen to what I'm saying, which is the truth, which exposes the lies from these shills. So a common tactic is Jake's causing drama. Jake's just causing a beef for views. Or Jake's trying to cause division and destroy the flat earth community because he's the one that's a shill. So anybody pushing that narrative, mods, I'll ask that you get rid of them. So anyone whose plan is to constantly ad hominem attack me tonight and dismiss the information, I'm going to make sure that you get bounced. And then anyone pushing the narrative that I'm causing drama or beef, I'm going to make sure that you get bounced as well. That won't be accepted. All right. Big Money Bob coming in with 5 gifted Jake the Awake memberships. Awesome. Thank you, Big Money Bob. I appreciate that. If you guys get a gifted membership from Big Money Bob, make sure to thank him. Jack P. Nimble says, hello, Sir Jake. Would it be possible to get a dose of Dane Wigington geoengineering detected Chinese and nano drones? I heard he is tag teaming with Richie from Boston to promote Bible vape juice. Big thanks, always. So Dane Wigington is the geoengineering gatekeeper. And so he will say that the Earth is a globe. He promotes the idea that the Earth is a globe and that the geoengineering going on is tearing holes in the ozone layer. So the thing I don't like about Dane Wigington is that he talks about geoengineering, but he'll say that you shouldn't use the word chemtrail. You should only use the word geoengineering because chemtrail isn't real and geoengineering is where the real science is. But then he'll refer to the globe and the ozone layer, and that that the geoengineering programs he'll claim are tearing holes in the ozone layer and causing harmful rays from the sun to destroy the environment and the trees and whatnot. So he mixes in globe lies and atmospheric lies, but he also portrays himself to be an advocate for stopping the geoengineering programs. So Dane Wigington sounds like this. Our atmosphere is like a layer of paint over a basketball. And right now, these geoengineering programs, they're absolutely decimating our ozone layer. There's holes being put in our ozone layer right now, and that's because our ozone layer is like a very fragile, thin layer of paint over a basketball. We need to do whatever we can to end these geoengineering programs. Now, anyone who mentions the term chemtrails, what this does is it gets people to look elsewhere besides where the actual science is. We need to be using terms like geoengineering, and we need to stay away from terms like chemtrails. The real science is found in terms like geoengineering. So we need to stop using terms like chemtrails, and we need to stand up, and we need to get these geoengineering programs stopped. So Dane will be the guy that gets to go on TV and make the claim that geoengineering is going on. But he'll also say that the atmosphere is like a thin layer of paint around a basketball. So he'll refer to the Earth like it's a globe, and that the geoengineering going on is ripping holes in the ozone layer. And that's why I'm teaming up with a very known spokesman for truth, Richie from Boston. That's right, me and Dane Wigington, we're teaming up. That's because there's something serious going on here. Not only is there geoengineering and spraying going on, but they're releasing Chinese nano drones. And these Chinese nano drones, you can't see them, they're virtually invisible.
They're so small, you cannot even detect these little guys. And they're flying up people's rectums. They're flying inside of people's anuses. They're implanting themselves, and they are causing people to have Chinese nano AIDS. And the only way to get rid of Chinese nano AIDS is to vape my 100% organic Bible vape juice cartridges. That's right, these geoengineering programs, they're tearing holes in the ozone layer and they're causing Chinese nano AIDS. That's why you need to buy some of Richie from Boston's organic Bible vape juice. I'm gonna vape some right now. I can actually feel the Chinese nano drones being alleviated from my anus right now.
All right. There you go. Just in case anyone didn't know who Dane Wigington is. There's a little Dane Wigington, Richie from Boston. Project Bat with a donation says Donald Trump sings There Are No Satellites in Space. There are no satellites in space. And NASA never went to the moon. Quite frankly, there are no astronauts in space. But so you'd assume there are no astronauts in space. And NASA never went to the moon. There is no space station in space. And NASA never went to the moon. That image you see in your telescope, quite frankly, it might be a hologram. Have you ever heard of this thing called Project Bluebeam? You'd be amazed what they're actually doing with all of our money. They're keeping us locked away from the land of milk and honey. You're fired. There you go. Little Trump singing No Satellites in Space. RY says you missed some super chats. All right, I'll try and see which ones I missed. All right. Happy Wake 'em Up Wednesday. Oh, yeah, it looks like some super chats came in before the stream started and aren't showing up in my StreamYard. It looks like. All right. So let me pull up my watch page, which will show the super chats. All right. So first one came in from RY, and I got that one. And second one from Suffocation Vacation, no message attached. And then this one right here. This is one I think I missed. Back again for another banger, number one on YouTube. All right, so thank you to V. This account just going by V, I guess, says back again for another banger. So thank you for your generous super chat to this account. And then RY, damn it, says Dubay tries Richie from Boston's organic Bible vape juice. All right. Gotcha. All right, so RY wants Eric Dubay to try Richie from Boston's organic Bible vape juice. So, one of the reasons why I don't like to appear on camera is because I look extremely sickly and pale and unhealthy. People will say this is due to my vegan diet and the fact that I only eat one vegan meal a day. But the truth is, I actually have Chinese nano AIDS. And one of the ways I am trying to cure myself and alleviate my anus of the Chinese nano AIDS is by vaping Richie from Boston's 100% organic Bible vape juice. Now, normally I would not promote such vapes as being healthy, but in this case, I simply don't have any other choice as I feel that my life force is being extinguished by the Chinese nano AIDS.
So therefore, I had to resort to trying something new, such as Richie from Boston's organic Bible vape juice cartridges. And I noticed after only vaping one singular cartridge that the Chinese nano drones started to disappear from my anus and I started to feel better. You can order Richie from Boston's organic Bible vape juice using promo code down below, and you can get 33.33% off your next order. From now on, I am going to be sponsored by Richie from Boston's organic Bible vape juice.
There you go. All right, catching up on these super chats. All right, what else? RY says he wants Dubay uh, begging me not to go live. So he wants Dubay calling Jake the Awake and begging him not to go live. I guess these came in too early or something because they aren't showing up on my StreamYard. The first one that shows up on StreamYard is this super chat that says let's go. All right, Dubay calling Jake the Awake, begging him not to go live. All right, all right. Boop, 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 boop. Hold on, let me get my phone. Oh, here it is. Boop, 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 boop.
Hi, Jake, this is Eric. I received a call from my handlers that you were planning on exposing me tonight in your live stream. And so I have been instructed to call you and to ask you to please not expose my lying shill ass in your live stream tonight. I please beg of you. I don't want people to find out that I have been a fraud this whole time and that AI has been running my channel. And so my handler has instructed me to beggeth of you to please not expose me in your live stream tonight.
Well, I'm sorry, Eric, but you've been lying about the sun's path for like a decade, and you lie about the moon's path. You push Epstein BS, and you also push a harmful vegan diet, among other things. And so, for all those reasons, and for the fact that you recently made a response video gossiping about me and lying about me, I simply have no choice but to set the record straight. Okay, Eric?
All right, I'm sorry that it's come to this, but I'm going to have to make another video calling my boyfriend and gossiping about you if you do another live stream about me.
That's fine. You can go ahead and do that, but I'll just simply then respond to that and debunk you again. So, as many times as you want to respond to me, Eric, I will always get the last laugh. I will always make a final response. So Eric will never get the last word. Eric will never get the last laugh. That's because he's the one lying and pushing misinformation. He's the one who's the gatekeeper. Whereas I'm the truth teller. I'm the one armed with all the proofs and receipts. So therefore, I will always be the one making the final response video and setting the record straight. And that's what's going to happen tonight. And that's what will always happen. All right. I think I'm caught up on the super chats that I missed. Now I can read the last few and we can get on with the show. All right. UV and E says, do an impression of 2015 Jake watching his first Eric Dubay video. Yeah, back in 2015, I'll admit that I was a fan of Eric. And so an impression of me back in 2015 was something like this. Holy shit! The Earth actually might be flat and not a globe. So, I admit, back in 2015, I started watching Eric Dubay's channel, and back then I liked his channel. But I learned that he was wrong about the circling sun path by 2017. And then when I started vocalizing the fact that he, Jeranism, Mark Sargent, several others were all pushing the wrong circling sun path, circling moon path, and that was incorrect and didn't make sense. When I started showing that, suddenly I was getting attacked, thrown under the bus by all these different content creators just for speaking the truth. And so, when back in 2015, when I started watching Eric, I was naive to what a shill was. I was naive to what a gatekeeper was. So back then, I didn't realize that I was watching a gatekeeper. I didn't realize that he was presenting disinformation. So by late 2017, I figured out that Eric was presenting wrong information. And so I exposed it. And I exposed that Jaron was using the same wrong information, and Mark Sargent was using the same wrong information, and ODD, and Russian Vids, and Dave Weiss, that all the shills in the Flat Earth cult community were using the incorrect information. And that's when I was attacked and thrown under the bus simply for exposing the truth. And all these years later, I'm still exposing the truth. And now these shills are having a much harder time trying to throw me under the bus. That's because I've been presenting the facts for a decade, and a lot of these shills no longer are as popular as they used to be. They no longer have the pull that they used to have. And so now when they lie, it doesn't have the same effect as it used to back in 2015. So I'll admit, back in 2015, I was a bit naive and gullible, and I didn't realize who the shills were. But once I figured it out and started pointing it out, that's when things changed. And things have never been the same since I started pointing out that there were liars and shills within the Flat Earth rollout. And so I pointed out in late 17 that the Flat Earth rollout was a controlled rollout, and that almost every big content creator talking about Flat Earth was a shill pushing disinformation, including Eric Dubay. And that's still the case to this day. So, what changed is in 2017, I figured it out and I started being vocal about the fact that these guys were liars. They were pretending to be flat earthers. And in a lot of ways, I've been vindicated because certain flat earthers like Jaron flip-flopped and proved that they were fake flat earthers all along, just like I said they were. And I believe Eric's been a fake flat earther all along, and his job is to gatekeep the subject and to put out easily debunkable information involving a circling sun, circling moon, and also tie the subject into Hitler worship. So Eric also came out and said that Hitler's a great guy who tried to save us from the New World Order. And so Eric combined the flat earth topic with Hitler worship. And so he didn't say that World War II didn't happen as we were told, and that the amount of deaths that we were told that were executed by the man with the mustache, that story doesn't add up. He didn't just say that the story doesn't add up and might not be true. He basically took the stance that Hitler is a wonderful guy who tried to save us. And so he basically made all flat earthers appear to be Hitler worshipping Nazis. And so Eric Dubay, his name was used by Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan basically talked about how Eric thinks the earth is flat and worships Hitler. So they used Eric to make flat earthers appear to be Nazis, right? So I can sit here and tell you I don't believe 6 million people were executed in gas chambers the way that they say. I don't believe the stories were told about World War II. But I would never tell you that Hitler was a wonderful guy who tried to save us from the New World Order. Whereas that's exactly what Eric told his audience. So there's a difference between saying what we're told about World War II isn't true and the death total, uh, supposed 6 million people extinguished in gas chambers and whatnot. Yeah, I don't believe that story either. So I can tell people that I don't believe in that information without taking the stance that Hitler is a wonderful man who tried to save us. You see what I'm saying? So I don't believe that Hitler was a good guy trying to save us from the New World Order. In fact, I think he's a character on the world stage. And so I don't trust the stories that were told about him being the worst guy ever. And I don't trust Eric's story that he's a hero who tried to save us. So I draw a line in the sand when it comes to these topics because I see Eric as a gatekeeper who's been pushing misinformation and making flat earthers look like unhinged Nazis for over a decade. All right. Patriot Gains says, hey, some flat earthers think the earth is rising. They use physics to explain their theory. What are your thoughts on the earth rising? I haven't seen any proof that says the earth or shows the earth to be rising to my satisfaction. I've seen people or a few flat earthers show videos of like water bottles and and showing like air bubbles inside water bottles, and you drop a water bottle, and the way that the air bubble interacts inside the water bottle proves that the earth is supposedly rising. I'm not sold on that. And so I still say that the earth is fixed and doesn't move. So I don't think that the earth is moving. So the rising earth wasn't talked about until I noticed just like a few years ago, Dill from Beyond the Imaginary Curve brought it up. And then there was a few channels like Nachikita and Zetetic Warrior who started pushing that. But they could never get more than like 10, 15 people on board with it. And so the idea never took off. And then Nachikita and Z Warrior disappeared. So there was, it seemed like, an effort to try and get a rising earth cult started by what I consider to be shill channels, but it wasn't successful. And so I think they swept the idea under the rug, so to speak. So the only guy I know of pushing a rising earth is Dill from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Doxological Thinker says, your Dubay impression is not very accurate because we can see you. Can we get a more accurate impression? Oh, yeah, I guess I'd have to have the screen completely black, right? So, yeah, Eric doesn't show his face. He doesn't go on camera and speak with his own mouth hardly ever. So, there's some examples of him being interviewed by someone, but it's an interview where he could have known all the questions that were going to be asked and had all of his answers already written out for him and practiced, right? So there's no examples of Eric going live and being interviewed live. No examples of Eric going live and talking to his audience and answering questions directly from his audience. And so the fact that I pointed that out and then he felt the need to address me saying that, that just shows you that it made him so uncomfortable that I pointed out that he doesn't go live, that he felt the need to perform damage control and explain why he doesn't go live and gossip about me. So, yeah, why didn't Eric go on camera and talk about me? Why didn't he just fire up a live stream and say, here I am? proving you're wrong. Now, he might end up having to do that. So it wouldn't surprise me if Eric Dubay's handlers get the actual Eric Dubay to go on camera and maybe even do a live stream specifically to respond to me, specifically for pointing out that he never goes live and that his channel appears to be run by AI and that he doesn't appear to be in control of his channel. They might have to go out of their way to perform damage control and make it appear like I'm full of shit. And so one thing you might see happen is Eric do his first ever live stream, simply because I've pointed out and made it public, made it known that Eric never goes live. So the most human thing he's done in years is respond to me for pointing out that he never goes live. Think about that. It bothered him that much. If he doesn't care about going live, if he doesn't care about what I think of him, then why did he feel the need to respond, right? If he truly doesn't give a shit, if it's his channel and he does what he wants, well, then why did he feel the need to go live or to make this video gossiping about me with some gay dude? Anyway, all right. Curtis says, "What up, Jake? What up, Kurt? Glad to see you here tonight." Kurt's a long time supporter of the channel. Good to see you here tonight, buddy. And he also gifted 5 Jake the Awake memberships. So if you get a gifted Jake the Awake membership, either thank Big Money Bob or Curtis. And Kurt says, "I just finished the movie Disclosure Day. Laughed my ass off. Such bullcrap." I haven't sat and watched a movie in so long, I can't even remember the last movie I sat and watched in full. That's how long it's been since I watched a movie in full. I swear around like the year like 2010, I just decided that movies were shit. And so since 2010, I've watched very few movies in full. And as I sit here, I honestly can't even think of the last time I sat for 2 hours and completed a whole movie. So it's been years and I can't even remember what it was. So yeah, I know that a lot of these movies they put out contains predictive programming. And so you can, if you watch these newer movies that they put out, these Netflix movies and whatnot, you will get to see some predictive programming for some scripted events that will most likely happen in the future. But I still can't bring myself to watch these terrible movies. I'd rather them just go ahead and do whatever scripted events they're going to do. And then I'll call it out for being fake when it happens, right? I don't need to see the predictive programming. I'll just let them go ahead and pull their psyops, and then I'll call them out once they do them. All right. I think we've made it through all the super chats. If I missed any, you guys can go ahead and let me know, and I'll go back and read the super chats. So I start off my streams by reading all the super chats, and since I have a lot of support here, a lot of people who are very generous, sometimes there's 20, 30 super chats to read. And so tonight is no different. A lot of support. Thank you guys for all the super chats. And so now that we've got through that, we can officially check out this video that Eric Dubay put out about me, and we'll get to the bottom of it. So let's go ahead and put this video on. Eric Dubay versus Jake the Awake. And I'll even speed it up a bit because the first part of the video is all me talking. So he includes a clip of me from my birthday stream 2 weeks ago. So he includes like a good 12 minutes or so, about 10 minutes of my live stream from 2 weeks ago. So anybody who missed my live stream from 2 weeks ago when I was talking about how Eric's channel appears to be run by AI, that's the first thing we're going to see here. So I don't want anybody to think I'm taking any of what he said out of context. So anybody who missed this, we're going to watch this part again. UV and E says, just got here. Thoughts on Eric Dubay? Well, it just so happens I was going to talk about him tonight anyway. And I've talked about him many times before. So it'll be some shit that I've said before. But who knows? Maybe I'll add some more to it. So I'll give my thoughts on all them guys, including Eric Dubay, because that's actually the guy who I got started watching first. Was that guy, Eric Dubay, and another guy named Matt Boylan or Matt Powerland. Okay, so Eric is including this part where I say that I got started watching him. And to some people, like, that instantly makes me like second fiddle behind Eric Dubay. Well, here's the thing is like someone like Alex Jones may have woke some of you guys up many years ago to staged shootings. So Alex Jones is controlled opposition. And pretty much everyone here in my audience is going to agree that Alex Jones is controlled opposition. But there was a time many years ago where perhaps Alex Jones may have woke you up to Sandy being a staged event. But then Alex Jones went on to pretend that the Sandy hacks were suing him. So at the time, Alex Jones seemed like he was exposing Sandy as being a staged event. He may have woke you up to that. But then a year, years later, when you see him pretending to get sued by the Sandy hacks, that's when you should come to the realization that he's controlled opposition, right? So I would argue that that just because you may have watched Alex Jones years ago and you may have thought he was legit years ago, at some point you should have figured it out that he's controlled opposition. And then you should, at that point, start calling him a shill. So there was a time many years ago where I thought Alex Jones was legit because I was just first getting into looking into conspiracies and psyops. And so there was a time many years ago where I thought Alex Jones might be legit. So when you figure out that someone is a shill, that's when you no longer respect them, and that's when you start calling them out as a shill. So I haven't talked about Alex Jones in a positive light in a long time. And so for the last decade, I've been calling Alex Jones a shill. And I even point out that I think his character's been replaced over the last couple of years. So the same applies with Eric. In 2015, I thought Eric was legit. But by late 2017, I figured out he was a shill. And I've been calling Eric out as a shill ever since late 2017. So I would argue that all of us, at one point or another, were sheep. All of us, at one point or another, weren't awake to conspiracies. And so all of us, at one point or another, were susceptible to gatekeepers lying to us and us falling for disinformation coming from gatekeepers. So I would argue each and every one of us here at some point or another probably fell for some misinformation coming from a gatekeeper. But I would argue that a lot of you guys figured it out and you no longer watch those channels. So, yeah, in 2015, I watched Eric Dubay, and it was my favorite Flat Earth channel. But by 2017, late 2017, I figured out he was a liar, and I started calling him out. And to this day, he's still repeating those same exact lies that I called him out for in 2017. So those were the two guys I got started watching back in 2015. And those were my two favorite channels who talked about the flat earth subject at the time. And then I decided one night in 2016 that I was going to fire up my iPhone camera and make my own flat earth video, and that I was going to essentially hijack some of their talking points, but put my own spin on it because I enjoyed the subject so much and learning about it. And those were my two favorite flat earth content creators at the time. So I thought, I think I could put my own spin on this and do, just as good of a job as these guys or even better. And so I did. And guess what? I'm one of the only guys still standing. And All right, and so I want to point out in 2015 when I started, almost immediately my channel began to blow up. I was love bombed by every major flat Earth content creator at the time, and so Eric Dubay would leave compliments on my channel. Mark Sargent and Patty would leave compliments. Patty wanted me to come on Flat Earth and Hot Potatoes show and do an interview. Jaron told his audience I was his favorite flat earther and his favorite channel. And so Jaron was promoting me, and all these channels were promoting me because I was saying the same things that they were. I was promoting the same map and model with the circling sun and circling moon that they were. And so they loved bombed me and they promoted my channel. And in 2017, there were some flat earthers who were talking about how the sun's path and moon path didn't match a circle over the AE map that some of the sunrise and sunset angles were not matching a circular path at all. And I noticed that these flat earthers weren't being listened to, and a lot of them were even being attacked. And so I found that there were flat earthers in, like, Australia, for instance, who were showing that the circling sun route wasn't matching their observations where they live in Australia, and that these people were being ignored and even ridiculed for just showing proof such as sunrise angles and sunset angles. They were getting ridiculed and thrown under the bus, essentially. And so I looked into this information to see if the sun was rising and setting in places that don't match a circling sun path over the AE map. And come to find out, they were right. That there were people pointing out that these angles were not matching the circling sun path. They were right. And so the more I looked into it, the more I found that the sunrise and sunset angles uh, all over the map do not match a circling sun path. And so the more I looked into it, the more I found that there were so many things wrong with a circling sun and circling moon path that I felt the need to correct it. I didn't want to be putting out flat earth information that was provably wrong, and I didn't want to follow channels that were pushing wrong information. And so I went to Jaron and I said, hey, look at these sunrise and sunset angles from Australia, where the sun's rising from the southeast and setting to the southwest. That doesn't match a circling sun path. And Jaron told me, don't talk about that. Don't talk about that. We're actually going to discuss that on the next episode of Globebusters. And so don't say anything about it until we cover it. So Jaron told me not to talk about it. And that's when I realized, oh shit, these guys know that the sunrise and sunset angles don't match a circling sun path, and they're telling me not to talk about it. And so when Jaron told me not to mention it, that's when it hit me all at once that he's a fake flat earther. And that all these guys who are pushing the same thing that Jaron's pushing, with a circling sun, circling moon over an AE map, that they're all pushing wrong information, and that they're knowingly pushing wrong information. And so almost instantaneously, I figured out that the content creators were pushing misinformation and that this was essentially a controlled flat earth rollout. And so overnight, I figured out that these people who I once trusted appear to be actors, gatekeepers, pushing wrong information. And so it pissed me off. I felt duped. I felt betrayed. And so I wanted to correct that information. And I wanted to be the guy that points out the truth to everybody. And so I made a video showing people that the sun rises and sets from the south, rises from the southeast, sets to the southwest in places below the Tropic of Capricorn. I put out content showing that, and I was ridiculed and attacked and thrown under the bus by content creators like Jaron and David Weiss. and Eric Dubay. And so to this day, they still will lie. The only one who changed his story is Jaron, but Jaron flip flopped to the globe and proved that he was a fake flat earther. So, anybody wonder what changed from 2015 to 2017? I looked into the sunrise and sunset angles and I found that it was impossible with what Eric Dubay was showing and what Jaron was showing and what all these uh, content creators were showing with the AE map and a circling sun.
Matt Boylan, Math Powerland, he's no longer really around doing anything and hasn't for a long time. And I would argue Eric Dubay seems like just an AI channel to me. Last time I checked, which I check up on Eric Dubay like once a month or whatever, see what he's doing. It seems like an AI channel to me. Doesn't seem like it's ran by a real guy like me. You would never see me just stop showing my face, never do a live stream ever again, and just start reading scripts in every single video. If I did do that, well, I would hope you guys would be like, hey, what the hell happened to Jake? Is this channel AI now?
So if I go over to Eric's channel, there's no recent examples of him just talking, using his face. We don't get to see his mouth moving and words coming out. Instead, it's always just still shots. So a lot of Eric Dubay's videos, it's old still shots from years ago. And then a bunch of AI stuff that's been inserted. So there'll be like an AI thumbnail, and then it's him reading a script in what sounds like a very robotic Eric voice. And so I believe that my skepticism of his channel is warranted. I truly felt like Eric's channel didn't seem human, didn't seem genuine, and that for the last several years it seems more and more like AI. So this isn't something I just pulled out of my ass. This isn't something I made up to slander him. His thumbnails are AI. His voice sounds robotic. He's clearly reading a script. He doesn't show his face on camera. He doesn't go live. And so all of these things that I brought up, I believe are perfectly good reasons to assume that his channel isn't even run by him and that they were using AI to run his channel. So I don't believe any of what I said about Eric qualifies as slander whatsoever. His channel appeared like it was AI to me. That's how I felt. So I said how I felt in a live stream. And it obviously bothered him so much that he had to make a response.
Right? So I look at Eric Dubay's channel. In fact, since you're asking, why don't we just go take a peek over there right now, and I'll make my point. It'll be even better if I do that. So this was one of the guys who got me started looking into this subject and taking it seriously. But now, and I haven't for a long time, I don't respect him as a content creator because I think he's a total shill, and I don't even think he's in control of his fucking channel. So I don't look at him or his channel or his content anywhere near the same as I used to when I.
So if I think that he's being presented a script and reading it, and that they have a sample of his voice, and that they don't even need him to read the script anymore, that they can just have this voice sample and then type in anything that they want the Eric Dubay character to say, and then they can have the AI voice of Eric say the script. So I just pointed out that they don't even need Eric, and it appears like, since he's not showing himself on camera, and that his voice sounds like a robotic script reading character now, that how do we even know that his channel's being run by him anymore? So these, I would say, there's no slander. This is just this is how I felt. So this is my actual genuine opinion of the guy. So nobody can say that me thinking that his channel is AI or that he's not really in control. Nobody can say that that's slander, because that's how it appears to me. And I gave reasons for why I think that. Good reasons for why I think that.
First got into this subject. So anyway, here we go over to his channel. He's got what, 240,000 subscribers. And if I go to his latest videos, it's just like repeated shit that he's basically already said. And it just sounds like a AI version of Eric just reading a script.
Of verses detailing a geocentric level plane bounded by a solid vault of the sky, within which the sun, moon, and stars all revolve.
And he's still pushing that wrong debunked shit.
So he will repeat the same stuff that he's already talked about. Like he'll post, flat earth audiobook, and it's just stuff that he's already repeated. So not only does he repeat stuff, he reads other men's books as if it's his own content. So he'll read like a whole section from a book in one of his videos, like plagiarize another man's work, but he'll pass that off like it's his content. So he'll be reading some other man's words from some other man's book, and then there'll be still shots being shown on the screen. And people think that this is Eric Dubay's original flat earth content. It's repeated plagiarized shit, a lot of it. So I would argue that his repeated plagiarized material is another reason why it seems like he doesn't run his own channel, and that they just are just reposting the same old garbage that they've been posting for the last decade, right? So yet another reason why it seemed like Eric wasn't really in control of his channel. All he did was just repost shit that he's already said over and over and over again.
Literally, still pushing this. This is not what it is. This is provably wrong. I'll prove this wrong tonight again. I've proven this wrong 100 times or more. This circling sun and moon shit is impossible. Like, I can literally debunk it right now in front of everyone's face. Okay, if this model was true, you would be able to see the dark side of the moon. But nobody can. You can only see one side of the moon.
So we're going to go over Eric's circling moon claim tonight, and I'm going to absolutely obliterate him, and I'm going to absolutely embarrass him. So anybody who wants to take the stance that what Eric says about the sun and the moon here is true, you're going to see that information get obliterated, and I'm going to do that tonight live here very shortly. So I'm going to go over all this. We're going to go over the sunrise and sunset angles. We're going to go over Eric Dubay's moon claims. And so I have done this before more than once. And so I've already went through these steps where I destroy and debunk Eric. So this is nothing new for me. But I know there's people out there who haven't seen it. And so there's always a need for me to repeat this information, because there's always people who haven't seen it yet who need to be shown. Such as this U, V, and E guy. He's definitely going to want to see the information that I have to show tonight and learn it and know it before he ever talks about me again.
All the time. You never get to see the sides or the back of that son of a bitch. So in this model, people would be seeing the fucking backside of the moon. So it's impossible. So this model that he shows is impossible. And if we really want to dive into it, the sunrise and sunset angles with just one sun going in a circle is also impossible. So I'll go over all that again tonight and repeat myself for the fucking 100th, 200th time, whatever. So Eric Dubay is still pushing this. And like I said, I don't think he's in control of his own channel. I think it's just like an AI channel at this point.
Nowhere in any biblical scripture is Earth described as a spinning globe rotating around the sun in a vacuum of ever-expanding space. In fact, the Bible makes no mention of outer space or the other trillions upon trillions of planets claimed to exist by modern astronomers.
So some people just think that Eric Dubay is this guy who just doesn't like to go live. He just doesn't because he doesn't like it. He doesn't want to. And so if I'm like, hey, how come he never does what I'm doing right here, right now? Like, why doesn't Eric ever do this thing that I've been doing for fucking years where, you know, I interact with you guys?
So it isn't just that he doesn't go live. I would argue that Eric Dubay has never done any sort of flat earth activism. He's never done any sort of meetup with his subscribers or anything. And so the guy has literally never went out in public and talked about this subject, which he claims to be like the world's #1 expert, right? There's people who think Eric Dubay is like the #1 expert on flat earth. And so I'll ask them, when was the last time he went outside and talked about it to anyone in public? Never. When he lived in Thailand, he didn't go out and talk flat earth to people in Thailand. And then he supposedly moved back to the United States for like 3 years. He didn't do any meetups. He didn't do any activism while he came back to the United States. And then he supposedly left and moved to Cambodia. And now he's in Cambodia. Well, why doesn't he go out on the streets of Cambodia and speak some flat earth proofs, right? Like, so zero activism. And so I have done videos where I've went to open mics and talked about the moon landing being fake. I've done meetups across the United States. I have shaken hands with many of my subscribers. And I'm not finished. I don't have any issue with setting up another meetup, right? I have no problems doing these live streams. Hell, tonight, if we have time, I can even put a link on screen and let you guys join. I'll let any of you guys watching now join later tonight if we have time. And so I would argue that a genuine guy like myself, I do live streams. I've done meetups and shaken hands with my subscribers in person. I have done truth activism where I go out in public and speak the truth, you know, outside. So I would argue that when it comes to something as simple as like speaking the truth in public and activism and stuff like that, or performing experiments, that Eric has done none, nothing, zilch, zip. So when it comes to observations of where the sun rises and sets, Eric's never done any. He doesn't ever point his compass at the sun. He never asks anyone in Australia to point a compass at the sun. He never asks anyone in Ushuaia to point a compass at the sun. He doesn't have multiple observers point their compass at the sun on the equinox. That's because if he did, it would disprove the shit that he has presented for his whole YouTube career. That's because the sunrise and the sunset angles around the map do not match a singular circling sun path at all. And so that's why you see the guy like me constantly bringing up the sunrise and sunset angles. Meanwhile, Eric Dubay constantly dismisses that and never shows any of it. So shills will lead you away from sunrise and sunset angles. They'll lead you away from the official data, which will tell you where the sun is going to rise and where it's going to set. Shills like Eric, he'll never do any of his own experiments. He'll never point us his compass at the sun. He's not going to go to Ushuaia or Australia and prove what I said is wrong. And so he's always taken the stance that these observations were just like anomalies, and that these observations were just like one-time anomalies. Whereas observations happen every single year, which prove his circling sun and circling moon path wrong. Every year. The observations from the sun every single year prove him wrong. Whereas Eric makes it out like it was this one observation, this one time. All right.
Live and prove who and what the fuck I am. How come he doesn't do that? Oh, well, Jake, Eric's too cool for that. He's like this otherworldly deity to where he doesn't have the need or the want to go live. He just doesn't want to. He just doesn't need to. He just doesn't have to. Ha! Yeah. So you're looking at the guy who goes live, and then where's Eric's live streams? Oh, he doesn't have any. And then the times where he does get interviewed by somewhere else, it's as if he's answering questions that he already knows is coming. And then they tape it, and it can be edited and rehearsed, right? So we never see him getting live interviewed. So I would argue this guy has always been reading scripts, is still reading scripts. And I don't even think they need him anymore. They have a sample of his voice. They can just have AI Eric deliver the script, and you don't ever see him on camera with his mouth moving.
These are all valid points. Nobody can say that the things I'm saying are not valid or crazy. Everything that I said is my genuine thoughts about his channel. So there's no slander here whatsoever. This is me stating exactly how I feel about his channel.
Saying anything anymore. So how do you know AI hasn't been running his channel for years now? It kind of seems like it to me. But, you know, people will say, you're just a hater. You're a shill for saying that about Eric Dubay.
All right, got a few super chats here. One from Nathan Arias says, hope you've been great, Jake, and staying healthy. Yeah, I'm doing good. I feel good. And so, yeah, man, no complaints from me. And I'm definitely not a vegan. And so Eric eats one vegan meal a day, and he promotes that you should only eat one vegan meal a day. Whereas I eat lots of meat and animal products. So I like high quality animal protein and animal fat. And if I cook, for instance, like a hamburger or whatever, and then there's grease left over, I use the grease. So you'll never see me throwing out fat. So there's people out there that'll cook bacon or a hamburger, and then they'll discard the grease and throw it away. If you're watching this right now, never throw away your grease. The grease is fat. Fat is good for you. If you have bacon fat, use that shit. So you can cook like potatoes or throw some into some rice, right? So if you like fried potatoes, throw a little bit of bacon grease in with the butter that you're frying up your potatoes. It'll make them taste awesome. Or beef grease. If I have leftover beef grease, I'll mix it in with my rice or my potatoes or something, right? So I never throw away grease because grease is fat and fat is healthy. So here I'm drawing a line in the sand and saying you should be eating high quality animal protein, high quality animal fat, whereas Eric Dubay will advocate that you eat one vegan meal a day. So I know, it comes down to personal preference when it comes to diet, but there's people who have nearly died and who have died because they were eating a vegan diet and their body wasn't getting enough protein and enough fat, and then they withered away and they became unhealthy and then they died. And then there's people who almost died from eating a vegan diet, and then they switched to carnivore, and then they automatically reverse all of their health problems. So I've seen examples of people who used to be vegan, who said that they felt like they were about to die, reverse all of their issues by eating carnivore, a diet heavy in protein and fat consumption. So I would argue that a guy like Eric, who not only promotes the wrong model of the flat earth and who not only promotes Hitler worship, he promotes the unhealthy vegan diet where you only eat one meal a day. So if you want to stay healthy looking like this, I would recommend that you make sure to get high quality animal protein, high quality animal fat into your diet as much so as possible. And I don't eat vegetables like hardly ever. So I rarely eat any sort of vegetable, and I haven't seen any sort of decline in my health. I don't feel any less healthy. So all the BS that vegans push about vegetables being healthy, it's just pure nonsense from what I've found. From what I've found, you can cut these supposed healthy vegetables right out of your diet and you won't feel any less healthy. You won't feel shitty. But there's people out there that will claim like that you can't be healthy unless you eat vegetables. So health is one of those things that it's subjective, because there's people out there that will claim they feel great and are healthy and that they never eat meat. And then there's people out there who will claim they only eat meat and animal products and they never eat vegetables or hardly any fruit, and that they feel great. So health and diet is one of those things that can be a bit subjective. But me personally, I'm definitely a meat eater for sure. All right. RL says, Jake, you are definitely not fake and gay. Great work. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment, sir. So thank you, RL. And Jack P. Nimble says, Jake the Awake, you are quite on fire lately. And in tonight's stream, it finally hit me that Eric Dubay's voice is shockingly like Justin Trudeau, Canadian previous Prime Minister. I can finally start my recovery now. Thank you, Jack P. Nimble, for the very generous super chat, sir. And Tristan Spindler says, YouTube notified I have jewels to hand out in live streams. I'm not tech savvy, Jake. How do I spread the jewels? I don't really even know what you're talking about. Jewels. YouTube notified me I have jewels to hand out in live streams. Now I'm confused, bro. I know a little something about family jewels, but those aren't the type of jewels that you want to hand out. So so I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. I don't know if it has to do with memberships or what. So yeah, I'm not totally sure what exactly you're referencing. Maybe someone else in the chat can help him figure it out. All right. So there we go. We're caught up on super chats. Let's get back to the video here.
Right? So there's still people who want to suck him off, even though it doesn't even seem like a human guy is even running that channel. So there's always going to be these diehard Eric Dubay supporters that no matter what I show, they're going to be like, oh no, Eric is totally legit. But check this out. Here's another proof he's a fucking shill.
In 2026, it feels like conspiracy researchers have been vindicated with the release of the Epstein files.
All right, so here's the deal. I'm going to draw a line in the sand right here, right now. Epstein files is made up bullshit. I'm taking the stance that Epstein is a made up character on the world stage. Nobody has ever shown any proof that this Epstein character was banging kids on his island or women against their will. So there's no video of Epstein smacking around a woman and banging her against her will, or smacking around a kid and banging a kid on his island. So there's all sorts of talk about what he did, but when it comes to proof, it's all words, just words on a screen. So the mainstream media will release emails that they got from the government. I don't trust the mainstream media, and I don't trust the government. So information that's passed from the mainstream media to normies at home about Epstein, this character who no one knew about until the TV told you about him. Nobody knew about anything that he did until the TV told you what he did. Yeah, I'm saying right now, Epstein is a psychological operation. He's a made-up character on the world stage. But according to Eric, researchers have been vindicated with the release of the Epstein files. So here's a clear-cut example. Eric says Epstein shit is real and that researchers have been vindicated with the release of the Epstein files. He literally says that verbatim. I literally say verbatim, Epstein is a psychological operation. He's a made-up character. So who do you want to run with? The guy who promotes Epstein shit? You know, like Jesse on Fire or Candace Owens or Alex Jones. Because let's face it, mainstream channels like Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, they will push conspiracy theory bait about Epstein, right? And they'll also push conspiracy theory bait about Charlie Kirk being murdered, right? And so I would argue what Eric's doing is no different than the channels that push Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory garbage. So there's government approved conspiracy theory bait, and that's what they push to the normies, and that's what all the shill channels will repeat and parrot. So shill channels talk about how Charlie Kirk died and how Epstein is this real guy who took advantage of women and children on his island. And so a common theme of amongst shill channels is that Epstein and all that stuff that happened on his island is sickening and it's all real. Whereas I take the stance that Epstein's a made up character on the world stage. So here's a clear cut example of, do you want to roll with me, the guy telling you that Epstein's a made up character on the world stage? Or do you want to roll with the guy who's telling you that Epstein's a real guy who took advantage of women and children? And so that means all of Eric's supporters have to take the stance that, oh no, Epstein's not a psyop, and that all that stuff that the mainstream media released about Epstein is legit because Eric says so. So there you go. There's a line in the sand where I'm the real genuine guy telling you that Epstein is a made up character. I'm one of the few channels on the entire internet that will tell you that Epstein's a made up character and that the news is scripted in advance. So Eric's not telling you either of those things. He's literally taking the shill stance that the Epstein shit is real. And so Eric's boyfriend will have to defend this and say that the Epstein stuff is real. And so I saw people in Eric's comments section defending the Epstein shit. And so if you go to Eric's comments, it's 95% ad hominem attacks against me without addressing any of my information that I've presented, and people sticking up for this Epstein psyop. So here's the deal. If you believe in the Epstein psyop, then you're a sheeple. And you probably also believe that Charlie Kirk is dead. So in that case, if you believe in Epstein and Charlie Kirk, then yeah, Eric Dubay and his debunked circling sun model is probably what you also believe in. So Eric has to push what the shills push, that the Epstein shit is true. And then the Eric Dubay supporters, they have to also believe now and push that the Epstein shit's true because their messiah, Eric, says so. So again, anybody who wants to push Epstein shit, show your proof that Epstein took advantage of women and kids on that island. Show me your proof. Nobody has their own proof. They got it from the mainstream media who got it from the government. And nobody heard about this Epstein fella or his island until the TV told you about it. So literally, anyone, in my opinion, anyone who pushes Epstein shit is either a useful idiot or a shill. So in Eric's case, I think he's 100% a shill for pushing this Epstein shit. So that's not slander. I'm not slandering Eric's good name. I'm stating that Epstein is a made-up character. Eric is promoting that Epstein is a real guy and that the stuff that happened on his island is real. So there's a huge difference there. So again, I'm not slandering anything Eric says. I'm just simply stating what I feel about this guy. So in Eric's description of this video, he states that I slander him. Yet everything that I have said about him is my actual opinion, what I actually genuinely feel. And I would argue that all of the reasons I've given are perfectly valid reasons.
That's it. Shill! He made a video saying conspiracy researchers have been vindicated with the release of the Epstein files. That insinuates that he thinks the Epstein files are real and that researchers, dumb fucks who watch TV and believe in Epstein file bullshit that comes from the mainstream media, who gets it from who? The government. And Eric's saying that since that info was released, that researchers have been vindicated. Literally, that makes him a shill. Literally. That's it. So if you believe in Epstein shit, well, then you might agree with Eric. But those of us who know that the Epstein shit comes from the government and can't be trusted, and it's a bunch of fucking made up bullshit that shills talk about, well, there's Eric right there talking about it.
So, like, I have normie family members who are total sheep, and they talk about Epstein shit. So my cousin and my aunt, they believe everything they see on TV. Well, the TV shows them Epstein file shit. So they think that this evil man did evil stuff to women. So there's women in my family who think that this evil billionaire and the debauchery on his island has been exposed by the nightly news. So that when they repeat it, they think they're talking about stuff that actually happened, right? So you have to be a total sheeple to think that a billionaire elitist and all of the debauchery that this billionaire took part in, all of the debauchery was cataloged into these files to be shown to normies on television years later. So believing in these files, you have to take a sheeple mindset that all of the debauchery that went down on this island a long time ago was cataloged into these official files that were kept specifically so that one day they could expose it on the nightly news for a bunch of television watching normies. And apparently, when this information was shown to the television watching normies, according to Eric, researchers have been vindicated. So sheeple, like the women in my family, who think that this information about Jeffrey that they saw on TV is legit, those are researchers who've been vindicated? Yeah, television watchers aren't researchers. People who believe in Epstein shit aren't researchers. So therefore, they haven't been vindicated. They're idiots who got duped into believing a psychological operation. So here I am telling you the truth about the psychological operation, whereas Eric promotes the psychological operation. So which one of us is the gatekeeping shill? The guy promoting Epstein, or the guy telling you Epstein's is a world stage character, a made-up world stage character? The choice is yours. Choose wisely.
Sounds like he's reading a script. Sounds like it's a fucking AI version of Eric talking about Epstein shit being real. Oh no, Jake. No. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Now, it's mainstream that there was a Rothschild Israeli Jewish agent who lured rich, powerful people.
Could you talk any slower and any more like a robot, Mr. Dubay? So here's the deal. You want to follow a motherfucking script reading robot? Have at it. But I'm the only real one who does this. The only one.
So Eric Dubay's audience is so gullible, and none of them do any real research. So that when they hear a guy like Eric Dubay say researchers have been vindicated with the release of the Epstein files, they go right to the comment section and they say, "Great video! Thanks, Eric, for posting this. Yes, we were vindicated." So Eric's fanboys and fangirls aren't researchers. They're a bunch of tards who believe in Epstein files that were released by the mainstream media, who got them from the government. So these researchers being vindicated are nothing more than sheeple believing in government approved psyops and parroting it.
So yeah, sometimes I get full of my own shit. That's because I look around and I see who's doing what, and I don't see anybody talking about the flat earth like I'm talking about it, using their own fucking face and their own name. Still, people bring up Dubay like he's some mythical fucking deity who has this information that he's bestowing upon all of us. He's casting all these pearls amongst us swine. Yeah, he's a fucking robot voice AI channel at this point, pushing the same old debunked shit. So that's what I think about Eric Dubay.
Now again, guys, is that slander? Is that considered slander if I say that Epstein is a made-up guy and Eric is pushing disinformation by claiming that the Epstein shit is real? Is that slander? No, it is not. So Eric claims in the description of this video that I slandered his good name. I'm yet to hear a single bit of slander come out of my mouth. So, anybody who follows Dubay, point to the part where I slander his good name.
And anyone who disagrees, they can make a video proving anything I said wrong. And I'd be glad to take a look at it.
I saw right when I tuned into.
All right, so 10 and a half minutes in, this is where Eric addresses me. So Eric, this is the first time Eric's made a video like this. I've never seen Eric respond to anyone like he does here. So now we're going to get into the portion of the video where Eric and what appears to be his boyfriend have this gossip session about me because they're so upset about what I said in that live stream. So we're going to go over every piece of what they say, but I want to point out Eric does not appear on camera and his boyfriend doesn't appear on camera. But this is the first time Eric's ever decided to address someone's live stream. So apparently what I said in my live stream bothered him so much that he felt the need to contact this other man and gossip about me while making sure not to appear on camera.
Jake the Awake. So did you.
Yeah, did you see me ask? I was going to bring that up later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you in the thumbnail, and I came in. I literally popped in, asked him the question, listened, and then X'd out after. I was like, okay, cool. I'm kind of I hope you don't mind, man. It feels like I don't want to start. I'm not trying to like start beef or like put your name in. I don't know, man. But whatever. He was the one using it as a thumbnail. I just wanted to get his like opinion real quick. But yeah, I asked him like, what do you think about Eric today?
So something about this guy's voice and the way he speaks, I don't know. It's like a very feminine voice.
Pretty disappointed with his answer. It started out so honest. He was like, well,
he's disappointed with my answer. So I gave a very well detailed answer and gave reasons for everything that I thought, but he's disappointed. So guys, I'm going to ask right now, because it looks like he's sending me a super chat. So it's this guy, UV and E. And look, I'll even show you here in the description. It says, Jake Gibson continues to slander my name and call me a shill for the weakest reasons, while deleting my comments and all those in support of me. In this video, I respond with UV and E to his latest diatribe, where he continues to throw me under the bus. So I had never heard of UV and E. I don't know who UV and E is. I've never seen or heard of this guy until I watched this video. And so he's here tonight and he's sending super chats, and he sent me a super chat asking what I thought about Dubay. And then this happens to be the same guy who Dubay gossips with about me. So he sent me a super chat asking my opinion about Dubay, and then here he is in this video with Dubay talking about how he's disappointed in my answer. Well, what exactly are you disappointed with in my answer? I told you exactly how I felt, and I gave you perfectly valid reasons as to why I feel that way.
He was like the first guy I ever heard whenever I got involved in all this stuff. And
Yeah.
I was like, okay, cool. Like, that's similar to my experience. And then he just like immediately switches up where he's like, it seems like it's like an AI channel now. And he's like too high and mighty to like live stream and all that. And I'm like, I don't know about that perspective. I think he just live streams and he thinks that it's like an honest like thing and like, okay. And then if other people don't do it, then somehow like they're retarded or whatever.
Like, you know, I think because he live streams and then like other people don't live stream, he thinks that they're like retarded or whatever. No. See, what I'm doing here, I'm proving that I'm not reading a script. I'm literally doing all of this right now off the top of my head because I want to talk about this. I feel the need to get this information out because it's the truth. I feel the need to explain myself because of this response that Eric made to me where he lied. And then this other guy, let's call him Eric Dubay's boyfriend, gossiping about me, talking some shit. When this guy doesn't even seem to know anything about me, doesn't really know about what happened in the past. So basically, Eric Dubay's boyfriend here doesn't really seem to have a good understanding of anything that's happened in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't be saying such stupid shit. So again, I got started watching Eric in 2015. But by 2017, I figured out that a lot of the stuff he was saying is wrong. And when I pointed it out, he dressed up and did an impression of me. And he insinuated that I was a shill. And he put me on a shill list on his IFER's website. So Eric Dubay's boyfriend, yeah, you must not have been around at the time. Eric dressed up and imitated me. And I'll show that video later. He also dressed up and imitated Patty Steer. So I guess it's perfectly acceptable for him to dress like a lady and then dress like me and insinuate that I'm part of that shill crew. And then all of the technical information about the sunrise and sunset angles not matching the circular sun path which he promoted. Yet he made sure not to show any of that and instead dress up and imitate me and throw me under the bus using ad hominem attacks and gossiping about chicks I slept with, rather than address any of the technical information that I showed that what he's pushing flat earth wise is wrong. So Eric is the one who took it to a personal level, called me a shill, and then insinuated that I was part of the same shill crew as Patty and Mark and Jaron. So UV and E, it's not like I just attacked poor Eric for no reason, or that I liked Eric and then all of a sudden snapped and changed for no reason. I figured out that the information he was presenting was wrong in a lot of ways. And then when I showed the proof that it's wrong, Eric dressed up and imitated me and put me on his IFER's shill list. That's called throwing someone under the bus. And you know what? I lost a lot of subs back then. And it's been a long road to get back to this point. So yeah, let me go ahead and knock out your super chat right here. Land on the moon, we land on the moon. Land on the moon, we land on the moon. Take the rover, we go to the moon. And then you know that we come back soon. Rove to the left, rove to the right. Cause bitch, you know that we rove all night. We land on the moon, we land on the moon. Land on the moon, we land on the moon. Yes, my friend, we will come back soon. We take the rover, rove to the moon. Cause then you know that we come back soon. Rove to the top, rove down low. Rove so much we got no place to go. We land on the moon, we land on the moon. Land on the moon, we land on the moon. Land on the moon, we land on the moon. And yes, my friend, we will come back soon. We roll, roll, roll. Everybody now, roll, roll, roll. Everybody now, roll, roll, roll. Come on, my friend, roll, 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 rover, roll, 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 rover. There you go. There's your song. I did the quick version for you because you're over there gossiping about me on Eric's channel, and then you want to come over here and pay me to sing Land on the Moon. Almost like you want me to look silly and stupid. Like maybe I'll pay Jake to sing Land on the Moon, and then it'll make him look silly and stupid. And then we can make another response video with Eric, and we can gossip and talk about how silly Jake is when he sings these songs. Yeah. You just know I'm a million times smarter than you. A million times smarter than you. And I'm a million times more entertaining than Eric Dubay, which is why people pay me to sing this song in the first place.
His bottom line was about yeah.
You had the same thoughts that I did. Yeah. Because I live stream and Eric doesn't live stream.
Yeah.
Shill.
Yeah.
Clear shill. Obvious shill.
So I didn't say because I live stream and Eric doesn't, he's a shill. No. So they're using this one thing as like a straw man attack. Oh, Jake says Eric doesn't live stream and that's why he's a shill. No, Eric pushes a debunked circling sun path and a debunked circling moon path. And he pushes Epstein shit. And he pushes an unhealthy vegan diet. And he also worships Hitler and says that Hitler was a great guy and a hero who tried to save us from the NWO. So those are my reasons why I think Eric is a shill. And it appears that his channel was being run by AI and that his handler called him up and told him to get on the phone with his boyfriend and perform damage control. So let's not act like I only call Eric a shill because he doesn't go live.
And
then he like,
look at that thumbnail. That's definitely an AI thumbnail. Shill.
yeah.
So
And then he like,
he's and listen to it. Listen to the way he talks. Listen.
and it's like he presses a random one, and it's just like every Eric debate. It's definitely similar to the one that he first saw and liked in 2015 or whatever. You know, like it's
all
like,
my videos back then were me reading scripts in the same voice, in my reading voice, just like I do.
yeah.
Yeah, see, back in 2015, I was still a bit naive. You know, I didn't wake up to conspiracies until like 2014. So that means me in 2012, 2013, I'm a sheeple believing in fake space back then. So 2014 was when I started waking up to conspiracies. And 2015 was when Flat Earth finally came across my table, basically. And I looked into it on YouTube. So I was more into music and being in bands and stuff. And conspiracies and shills and stuff, that wasn't on my radar. So I would argue that at one point or another, we were all sheep, right? You're not born knowing about conspiracies and shills. When you're 10 years old, 12 years old, 15 years old, you don't know about shills and gatekeepers. Don't even lie and act like you were awake when you were a young kid. And so all throughout my early 20s and whatnot, I believed in fake space and believed in all the shit on the news and whatnot because I was a sheeple like anyone else. So 2015 was when Flat Earth finally came across my radar. And so, yeah, at first I thought that Eric was legit. And then when I made my own videos, I was getting love bombed by Jaren and Patty and Mark. And so I thought that they were legit people. So I didn't know that there were shills. In fact, Eric was the one who called them people shills. And so I didn't understand how these people could be shills, but still be talking about flat earth and telling the truth. And they liked me. They were being cool to me. So I didn't know that they were shills until I figured out that the circling sun path, circling moon path was wrong and that they were purposely pushing the wrong thing. And so when I showed that to Jaren and he told me not to talk about it. And then when I pointed it out to everyone, and then Dubay dressed up and imitated me, tried to throw me under the bus. That's when I came to the conclusion that they don't want this information that debunks them to get out, which means they're purposely trying to cover it up. Why would they be purposely trying to cover up information? Because they're gatekeeping shills. So I'm the guy that figured it out. And when I figured it out, then it was like, oh, I see. the controlled flat earth rollout with a bunch of controlled content creators pushing misinformation. And so I had the revelation one night, holy shit, I'm like a real guy, a real genuine dude who unknowingly infiltrated the flat earth rollout. I infiltrated the controlled flat earth rollout. So I've said on video, I'm the real guy who infiltrated the flat earth rollout. And so the shills, like Eric and D Marble and Jaron and Dave Weiss, they took this clip of me saying I infiltrated the controlled flat earth rollout. And they just take the part where they say I infiltrated this movement. And they leave out the part where I say I'm the real guy. So there's a video of me explaining that I'm a real dude who infiltrated the controlled flat earth rollout unknowingly at first. And then I figured it out. And then I started exposing it. So what the shill channels did, like all of them, is they took that little tiny snippet of me saying I infiltrated this movement. And then they said, look, Jake's an infiltrator. He admitted it. So there were people who were like, you're an infiltrator. You shill. Just because Eric and Dave Weiss and Jaron and D Marble took this clip of me where they make sure not to show the part where I say I'm a real guy who infiltrated the controlled flat earth rollout. So they take this snippet of me and they try and throw me under the bus. And what was I doing? I was just trying to point out that the sun ain't going in a circle and that the moon isn't going in a circle. That's it. I was just trying to point out that they're pushing wrong information, and they took it as far as to try and throw me under the bus and get people to hate me. And they went as far as to take clips of me and lie about me. And Eric does the same exact thing that they did years ago, and he uses that same clip of me, and he brings it up in this video. All right, let me read these super chats here and knock these out. RY says, Holden says this is Dubay's most embarrassing video. All right, I'll have to go back and show that. I got to get through these clips. I've already been on here for almost 2 hours, and I haven't even made it through Eric's response yet. And there's so much stuff that I wanted to show. This stream's running way long, so I'll have to get to this one later. I can't pull it up right now because it'll throw me off what I'm saying right now. RY wants Wanda Sykes goes off on Eric Dubay.
Eric Dubay, he be lying. He be saying all kind of shit, but you know, he too much of a sissy to show his own face. How come you don't go on camera? You don't show what you look like. Is it because you some unhealthy vegan ass son of a bitch who be looking like you about to die? He probably some unhealthy vegan. His face be all sunken. He probably got big black eye bags underneath his eyes, and he don't want to show people how unhealthy he is. That's why he purposely not go on camera. Look at Jake the Awake with his fine white ass. You don't see no eye bags under Jake the Awake eyes. You don't see no sunken in face. In fact, Jake the Awake be looking like a fine ass motherfucker. I could, if I was single, girl, I would be trying to get a piece of that Jake the Awake dick. He the finest flat earther on the motherfucking flat earth, y'all. Eric Dubay, I don't even think that he would get none of this pussy if I offered it to him. That's because Eric Dubay, I think he gay. That's why he had to call up his boyfriend, and he had to gossip about Jake the Awake, y'all.
All right, there you go. That's what Wanda Sykes thinks about Eric. UV and E says, I was disappointed because awakening is the most important part of life. Calling someone a shill for disagreeing about sun angles after they are the reason you even Jake the Awake is dumb. No, see, you're wrong. So you're taking the stance that if Alex Jones wakes you up to school shootings being staged, then that means you should you have to kiss his ass forever. So that means you can't call Alex Jones a shill, even though he pretended to be sued by Sandy hacks, even though he said that the last Trump correspondent shooting was real. So all of the stuff that Alex Jones says that's bullshit. Alex Jones has proved he's controlled opposition. And it's not even the same Alex Jones that we started with. So you're going to take the stance that I can't call Alex Jones a shill. No one can call Alex Jones a shill because he woke some people up to school shootings such as Sandy being staged. So that means, according to you, nobody can call Alex Jones a shill, or else you're going to be disappointed. Well, too fucking bad. Alex Jones is a shill. So I might have thought that Alex Jones was legit 15 years ago. But then I found out he's a fucking controlled opposition lying puppet on the world stage. So there was a time I didn't know that these were characters on the world stage, and I thought they were actual men giving their own thoughts of their own accord. So I have learned that these are shills playing roles on the world stage. I've learned that. That's a fact. That can't even be disputed. Alex Jones is a shill. But there was a time many, many, many years ago where I thought he was legit. So according to you, you're disappointed if I say Alex Jones is a shill or Eric's a shill. That's because you're still stuck in the past following shills who duped your stupid ass. So you got duped by Eric, and you're still being duped by Eric. And so here you are disappointed in the real, genuine guy who's actually live streaming right now and giving you the truth and actually trying to wake up your stupid ass. So right now, if you were to just listen to me and look at what I'm showing you, I'll prove beyond a shadow of a doubt I'm the real guy telling the truth, and Eric is a lying shill. But I think it was your job to join Eric and do damage control. And it's almost like you were instructed to come here and do damage control tonight. And so just know I'm on to you. I know what you're doing. I know that since I talked about Eric's channel being AI and looking like AI, that the chance some handler called him up and told him to talk to you on the phone and gossip about me is very strong. In fact, that's the most human thing that Eric's done in many years. So I would argue if the most human thing Eric has done in many years is gossip about me while not on camera, and he needed you to help him, yeah, that's pretty disappointing. Anybody who ever followed Eric should be very disappointed. Whereas if you're disappointed in me, who gives a shit? You're an idiot who follows Eric and licks his taint. And you don't seem to care about stuff like sunrise and sunset angles because you don't know jack shit about it.
Yeah, and like because I make well-researched, thoughtful, scripted videos, and he doesn't. He just does live. Hey guys, here I am again. Even on his videos that aren't live, his like recorded videos, he doesn't write scripts. He's just like, okay, so they're lazy. You know, it's
Yeah.
just off the top of his head. And so just because he does things off the top of his head, and I write things out first and then read them, chill. You know.
So he's claiming he writes out everything, and that I'm dumb for doing these streams off the top of my head. Not, I'm proving that I'm the genuine guy. I'm proving that what I'm doing isn't scripted, whereas he obviously does read a script. And if the script involves saying researchers have been vindicated with the release of the Epstein files, I would argue that he probably didn't write that script, but he's presented with the script and told to read it. And since they already have a sample of Eric's voice, they don't even need to have Eric read these scripts. So yeah, when it comes to being a real guy versus a script reader, most people, if they're honest, would prefer the guy who's live and being genuine and not reading a script, if they're being honest with themselves. And so Eric's making this case that I'm lazy and dumb, and that's why I stream. Whereas he's well-researched and smart and organized. And that's why he writes a script for himself. So it's almost like he's making the point that that dumb idiots who aren't well researched are the only type of people who go live, like me. And that guys like himself who are well researched never go live because that's something only dumb people do, right? So yeah, it's a form of damage control that he's doing to insinuate the genuine guy who shows his face, goes live, talks to his audience, answers direct questions from his audience, to act like I'm the dumb one who hasn't done research. Meanwhile, he's the script reader. How do we know that like he's not just handed what to say, and that he doesn't run his channel whatsoever at all? It seems that way. So I prove that I'm in control here. I make all my own decisions, and what I'm doing right now is because I want to. Whereas Eric can't prove that. In fact, it seems the opposite. Like he's forced to read this script, forced to call his boyfriend and gossip about me.
It's like, what are these criteria you've got? And exactly like you said, the very reasons he liked me in the first place, nothing changed. He's the one that changed. I have a thread on Knifers that shows exactly how it all transpired, because I left him nice comments and we were all cool for, he was called the Flat Earth asshole, and then he was Jake the asshole, and now he's Jake the awake. And back in his Flat Earth asshole original days, like, yeah, I liked his early videos. They seemed cool. And then suddenly at one point he just decided to switch it up. He saw some other channel, I forgot the name of the other channel, but they had some measurement that showed the sun, the compass reading was setting in the southwest.
So according to Eric here, I saw some channel that he can't remember, and there was some compass reading showing a reading about the southwest. Gee, how very vague. So here he is acting like there was just this one observation compass reading that I saw on some random channel, and that I just went crazy and started attacking him. I looked into where the sun rises and sets at different places on the map, and I found that it doesn't match a circling sun path. So I asked someone in Australia, southern Australia, south of the Tropic of Capricorn, hey, can you point a compass at the sun when it either rises or sets so that I can see if it's coming out of the south? And so there were flat earthers who lived in Australia who were saying that the sun rises out of the southeast for them and sets to the southwest in the months of October, November, and especially December. And in December, that's when you see the furthest most southern sunrise, which is coming from what appears to be the direction of Antarctica, or the ice wall, which is the opposite direction of the circling sun. So it wasn't just this one guy. I also asked another guy in Tasmania to perform the same experiment, and the results came back the same, that the sun was setting towards the southwest. So it was a guy in Australia and another guy in Tasmania, further south. And so there were not just these two guys. It wasn't just these two observations. There's multiple flat earthers at the time pointing out that the sunrise and sunset angles don't match a circling sun. And they were being ignored and even ridiculed in some cases. And so when I showed this information, that's when Eric decided to dress up and imitate me, put me on his Eifers shill list, and he insinuated that I'm a shill along with Patty Steer. And so Eric acts like out of nowhere, for no reason, I just started attacking him. That is literally a lie. Anybody who remembers what I went through back then and why I started exposing this information, well, then you know it's because I was trying to correct it. I didn't want to present a wrong flat earth model that could be easily debunked. I didn't want to push the same information about a circling sun that I found out was wrong. So I showed how and why it was wrong, and I was attacked and called a shill by Eric Dubay. So here he is lying about it to a guy who obviously wasn't around and doesn't remember. So Eric Dubay's boyfriend wasn't around back then, obviously doesn't remember. So here he is asking Eric, And Eric is recalling this story where I just out of nowhere, I was making good flat earth content, and then one day some guy showed me a compass reading and I just flipped. No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't just one compass reading. Every year, the sunrise and sunset angles debunk Eric's claims. Every single year, including this year. You know, the equinox is right around the corner. The winter solstice will be here in December. I can easily contact some people in Australia or Tasmania or Ushuaia and have them point a compass at the sun. You know what's going to happen? It's going to prove Eric wrong again. But here's the thing. He just makes excuses and he lies, and he banks on the fact that his audience doesn't remember, or that they're too stupid and that they've never looked into any of that information. So Eric's audience is not well researched. They don't know about the sunrise and sunset angles. They just listen to what Eric says. And so he banks on his own subscribers' gullibility and stupidity when he says stuff like this. As if I don't know how to explain myself. As if I can't tell you what I'm telling you right now. As if nobody remembers the truth. Anybody who was around back then, who's listening to me right now, can verify everything that I'm saying is legit. Whereas this guy who was on the phone with Eric, he wasn't around. He wasn't making content. He obviously hasn't visited the SunCalc website or the time and date website. He obviously doesn't know jack shit. That's why he's listening to Eric push lies in this section of the video. So this is a section of the video where Eric's literally lying about me. And he's got this on the screen that says, Flat Earth Asshole, the Infiltrator. And again, they called me the Infiltrator because I said I'm the real guy who infiltrated the controlled Flat Earth movement.
Something, and they were too far south for that to be possible. And so the circling sun over the flat earth model therefore is wrong, and Eric Dubay is a shill. And I commented to his thing and tried to explain there are answers for that. It's like he didn't take magnetic declination into effect.
He basically just said that everything I showed is wrong because magnetic declination. So he just types the words magnetic declination. I used to be in the Navy and I used a compass, and so I'm very confident in my ability to use a compass. So he wrote this thing, or his handler wrote this thing, but all it does is deny all the proof that I show, and then say the words magnetic declination. So Eric essentially will only refute the things that I show in word format. Just words on the screen. He doesn't show the video that debunks him. He doesn't show the compass readings that debunk him. He doesn't have his own subscribers in Australia or Tasmania repeat the exact same experiment. No, instead, his handlers or Eric typed out this thing just basically denying everything that I showed. And so, yeah, if you're only going to refute what I say through words, and then you're going to have a bunch of bots thumbs up the comment, and then a bunch of people use ad hominem attacks underneath that comment, well, then it makes it look like Eric Dubay's got all these people who agree with him more so than me. So therefore, I must be wrong because he's got this comment and all these thumbs up and all these people agreeing with him. So yeah, I figured out that this is the same shill tactic that Simon Dan uses. So Simon Dan can show up and make a comment and then have a bunch of bots all hit the thumbs up and make it look like the popular opinion in my comments section is that I'm wrong. And so Eric will have all these bot comments show up and hit the thumbs up on his reply. His reply doesn't show any refutations for the information that I showed debunking him. It's only words on the screen denying what I showed. So when Eric claims that I erase his comments, that's because his comments just deny everything that I've shown, and then it's a bunch of bot comments agreeing with him and slandering me. So this is what shills do. They take over the comments section and make it look like the popular opinion in the comments section is that Eric is right and Jake is wrong. So I'm not going to let someone take over my comment section with lies. So anybody who thinks they're going to show up, tell me I'm wrong without proving it, and then buy up 500 thumbs up and make it look like, oh yeah, that's the right answer because so many people hit the thumbs up and so many people agreed. No, that's another shill tactic that they use. So I've always said if Eric wants to prove me wrong, he has to show my video and prove what I'm saying wrong by showing my video and showing proof in the video. But he doesn't do that. Eric never shows the videos of sunrise and sunset angles. He doesn't show the videos where I debunk his disinformation about the moon. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any evidence to prove that Epstein is not a psyop. So all he can do is type words or make videos saying I'm wrong. But he can't make a video proving I'm wrong, which is why he's never made a video proving me wrong. Whereas I've made several videos proving him wrong. The problem is my videos don't get the artificial engagement. I don't have the bot farm. So I don't have 500, 1,000 people like to show up and ad hominem attack Eric Dubay the same way he does. He's got the bot farm. He can make a video and have 1,000 comments all ad hominem attacking me and make it appear as if that's popular opinion. The same way Simon Dan makes it appear like it's popular opinion in his comment section that I'm just a retarded flat earther.
Right.
Certain things.
It's like insane.
Right. And so, but this one observation allegedly in our, if you knew the timeline of me and him going from similar to you, where it's just like, oh, here's another guy who's doing flat earth on YouTube. I'm going to reach out, leave nice comments. I left nice comments on all his videos. He would write back nice comments. No, we were fine until, this one thing apparently just, Eric doesn't accept this thing I think about the sun that is now.
Right.
And so ever since then,
this thing that I think about the sun, see, he's still acting like it's just this opinion that I have. So it's literally impossible for one singular sun to go in a circle and rise for everyone on the equinox at about 90 degrees east and set at about 270 west. I'm going to show that in this stream. So I'm going to show how the equinox is impossible. I'll show that the sun rising out of the southeast and setting to the southwest is impossible. I'm going to show how his claims about the moon are impossible. I'm going to debunk the living shit out of him here tonight. Now, I know I've already been on here for 2 hours, so a lot of the people who follow him, they don't have the attention span to watch this. So I know Eric Dubay's taint-licking followers are too stupid to ever actually sit and listen to what I have to say and watch what I have to show them. But anyone who does actually take the time to watch what I have to show and listen, you'll see there's one guy providing the facts and the proof over and over and over again. And then the other guy is a lying shillbag, Eric. That's what's going to happen tonight, again. And Eric's boyfriend here is going to be left spinning excuses when we get to the part where I start showing sunrise and sunset angles.
He's the one that changed up, and so now I'm wrong. Everything I've said about flat Earth means nothing because he found this one sun observation that he says now means that they're
So he's claiming it's one sun observation, as if there's only been one observation ever that went against the circling sun path. That's a lie. Every single year, there's 2 equinoxes, a spring equinox and a fall equinox, and one circling sun creating a 90-degree east sunrise for everyone is impossible. So I'll show you that. And then later on in the year, December, because December's going to come and, in winter. So we're going to have a fall equinox coming where I can prove Eric Dubay wrong. and then the winter solstice is going to come. I can prove him wrong again. So Eric acting like this was a one-time anomaly that happened a long time ago. Every single year, the sun does the same thing. The sun's going to do the same thing that it did last year and the year before and 10 years ago. The sun repeats what it's already done year after year after year. So that's why every year there's two equinoxes. Every year there's the winter solstice and the summer solstice. And so the sun's going to repeat what it already did. And so if Eric Dubay's already been debunked, then that means he's going to get debunked with the same exact information again this year. So Eric's pretending here like it was this one observation, one time, like some random anomaly. And I just think that it doesn't match his circling sun path. Yeah, that's not correct at all. It's a fact that one circling sun going over an AE map and rising for everyone at 90 degrees east on the equinox is impossible. It's a fact that if the sun's going around on the Tropic of Capricorn in December, it's a fact that it cannot possibly rise from the southeast and set to the southwest and be going in a circle around the Tropic of Capricorn. This is a fact, and it's proven every single year. So what in the hell are Eric and his boyfriend even talking about? So you have to be a gullible, idiotic follower of Eric who's never done any research, who doesn't know a damn thing about sunrise or sunset angles. And in that case, you're going to hear what Eric's saying, and you're going to be like, oh yeah, that Jake guy's an asshole for doing that. So the only way anyone can think I'm some bad guy or an asshole is if you have never done any research into the sunrise and sunset angles, and if you're a Eric Dubay worshiping a taint licker who believes everything that he says.
The circling sun model on the flat Earth is wrong, and everyone who promotes that model is a shill. That's the line he just decided to run with and has been running with since like 2017, 2018, whenever he decided this. And yeah, but he'll always bring back that, oh, Eric, circling sun. And what's his answer to it? I don't know. Oh, so because he says, I don't know, he's real, just like I go live.
See, here he's making it out like because I tell you I don't know, that since he's the one who tells you it goes in a circle, that's better. So he's giving you a lie, provably wrong disinformation. And so I tell you the sun rises and it sets. I don't just say I don't know. If I don't know an answer, I'm honest and I tell my audience that I don't know. So Eric will tell you that the sun is coming at you and going away from you and going in a circle. Whereas I prove that that's wrong and it's impossible. Instead, I go with what we actually observe. We see the sun rise and we see the sun set. You don't see the sun go away from you and shrink into a dot. So there's other people who push a circling sun and circling moon, like Russian vids, who will lie and say that the sun shrinks into a dot. So these guys will lie about the sun's path and they will dismiss everyday observations that you see with your own two eyes. You see with your own two eyes the sun rise and set out of the horizon. Now, Eric will tell you it's just coming at you and just going away from you, but the sun seems to get bigger as it goes into the horizon. So I tell people, instead of denying what you see, instead of trusting guys like Eric Dubay who are feeding you purposely wrong information, instead do your own observations. If you do your own observations, you're going to observe the sun rising and setting. And it'll appear to get bigger on the horizon as it's setting. And you're going to see it appear to go into the horizon. So why not go with it? That's what you see. So I'm honest with what I see and experience. I tell people the sun is rising and setting just like we see it. And if I don't have an answer, if I don't know what's going on, I'm honest and I tell people that I don't know. So here's Eric trying to tell you that the honest man who admits that he doesn't know is the one who's wrong. Trying to make it out like a guy who admits that he doesn't know something is the one you shouldn't listen to. Meanwhile, the guy who's giving you the false information, him, yeah, that's what they're trying to get you to fall for.
I'm live right here. Hey, look at my hat. Look at my stupid hat. I'm live. I'm real. See, Eric Dubay. He's not live. Chill.
He was like so boring too. It was like nauseating. I got in and he was doing like he was reading two other comments before mine, and he was just doing impressions. He was just doing like this shitty Arnold Schwarzenegger impression where he.
All right, so now guys, Eric Dubay's boyfriend here is going to start talking about these impressions that I did. So now they're going to start gossiping about what I did and talked about in the live stream that doesn't have anything to do with them or the flat earth. So now they just transitioned into Jake in his stupid hat doing impressions. And so this dude here, who's here in chat, Eric Dubay's boyfriend, now suddenly he's got this opinion about my impressions. Well, Eric Dubay's boyfriend, people pay me to do those impressions. People will ask that I perform these impressions and they'll send super chats. So I didn't just start doing stupid impressions for no reason. My audience will send super chats and oftentimes make requests that I do impressions. And so if I read 20 super chats and 7, 8, 10 of them, whatever, want me to do impressions, well, I'm going to do the best I can to do the most entertaining and funny impressions that I possibly can. And I do. I try my best to do as funny of an impression as I can. And so some people are going to see that and they're going to think it's goofy or silly. I'm not the one who requests it. So if someone like RY, who donates to this channel a lot and has donated essentially thousands of dollars to the channel, if one of his favorite things is to see me do impressions and he sends money and wants me to do an impression, well, I'm just doing what my audience wants at that point. I'm just serving up what they want. And so sometimes it's somebody just saying, hey Jake, your channel's awesome. And so if I read someone's super chat, they're paying me specifically to read that. And so I'm only doing what my audience wants of me. My audience wants to interact with me. They send me the super chat specifically so that I read it. And so I'm interacting with people who enjoy what I do. That's the whole point of running a live stream, is interacting with the audience. And so super chats are a great way to personally interact with the audience. They send me a super chat and I read their personal comment. And so again, Eric Dubay doesn't do that. And so here, Eric Dubay and his boyfriend are making it out like this fun, interactive thing that we do here is somehow stupid. Like I'm a bad guy because I interact with my audience and I do impressions. I do good impressions, which is why they pay me. If I did shit impressions, nobody would pay me to do impressions. So since I do quality, entertaining, funny impressions most of the time, sometimes the best damn impressions ever seen in some cases, well, people just continue to send me super chats requesting different impressions, which means they enjoy that sort of thing. So I'm giving people what they want. I'm interacting with my audience. Meanwhile, Eric doesn't have that. Since Eric doesn't have that, he has to now treat what I'm doing like it's wrong or stupid or a bad thing. And his boyfriend here also criticizing me, acting like my impressions are dumb or whatever. If they were that dumb and terrible, then I wouldn't get paid as much as I do to do them. So I get paid a couple $100 like every stream pretty much to perform impressions, sing silly songs, and then just people just thanking me. So sometimes the biggest super chat I get will be just someone saying thanks. And that's it, just complimenting the channel. So these guys acting like, I'm purposely doing silly impressions and that the impressions somehow make me a bad guy. No, not at all. In fact, the exact opposite. I'm a professional comedian, entertaining people, giving them what they want. And here you got two jealous bitches complaining about me, which doesn't have anything to do with the flat earth. Like these impressions I do and anything that I talked about outside of Eric Dubay in that stream, that doesn't have anything to do with them. So why are they even bringing that up?
But it was like it was for like so long. It was like 3 minutes of him going and it's like who's find that funny still? It's fun for like okay, like a couple seconds.
He wants to be a comedian. Like that's his like if he could be, that's what he'd be doing.
He wants to be a comedian. Oh, I want to be a comedian? No, I am a professional comedian. I'm literally a professional comedian. So people will send money. I perform the impression, make them laugh. And so in every stream, I like to think at one point or another, I get people to laugh and be amused by these different impressions and comedy bits and shit. Just the other night, Jana, a longtime supporter of the channel, sent a very generous donation, and she wanted me to perform my beatboxing comedy bit. So if somebody is sending me money to perform a comedy bit, and then I perform it, and it's nothing but laughing emojis and people laughing their ass off, that literally means I'm performing comedy for money and making people laugh. That means I am a professional comedian. Eric is not. And I've seen a lot of comedians in my time. I've went out and performed stand-up at open mics. I've seen what comedy looks like at the open mic level when comedians get up there and try and perform jokes and the crowd doesn't like it and the comedy fails. So I've seen what wannabe comedians look like. They go to open mics and they don't get paid. Nobody pays them to do anything. And then they perform comedy at the open mic that nobody wants to hear. So I know what a failure in a wannabe comic looks like. I know exactly what that looks like. And I'm not that. In fact, those guys, they wish they could do comedy like me for this type of audience. This audience who's watching right now, this audience who I've built over many years, see, they like my style of humor. They know my sense of humor. They appreciate my sense of humor. So they show up to specifically see my style of humor. So some people here will tell you I'm their favorite comedian. And out of anybody in the world, I'm the funniest dude in the world. I know for a fact there's people here that will vouch that I'm one of the funniest people in the world. And there's people here that will even tell you I am the funniest dude who ever lived. And I truly do believe overall, when push comes to shove, if you take everything I've ever done into consideration, I'm the funniest thing that has ever happened in this realm. So if I make $200-300 in a stream, making people laugh, singing goofy songs and doing impressions, and then some hard-working comedian performs at a comedy club and makes less than me, well, we're both performing comedy. So I would say that you're literally watching me perform comedy tonight. And I'm telling the truth as well. So I did some impressions earlier where I was pretending to be Donald Trump, pretending to be Wanda Sykes and whatnot. So I performed some comedy earlier professionally for money. And now right now, this is not a portion of the set where I'm trying to be funny. So now this is a more of a truth portion of the set. More of me just setting the record straight, being the real deal, proving I'm the genuine guy, proving that I'm the one telling the truth. So yeah, any of this nonsense about Jake being a wannabe comedian or a wannabe musician, no. I am a comedian. I am a musician. And I am a truth teller. I'm a very complex, diverse, dynamic individual like you have never seen before. There is no one else quite like me out there, and that's a fact. So, you want to talk about my comedy? My comedy that I've proven over and over and over again is some of the funniest in the world? Yeah. Let's see Eric or Eric's boyfriend do something funny. Oh, that's right. They don't ever do anything funny because they're not comedians. So you have a couple of unfunny, non-comedians talking about my comedy, complaining about it. How ironic. And then they take these old clips and old things that I said maybe back in like 2015 or something. Try and show people.
I
He's just being a
get
comedian
that.
as well as a bassist. He likes playing bass. He doesn't
That's
want
cool.
to. Yeah, and you know he's good at all those things. You know he should be
Yeah,
doing
like
more of those, I think, and less of what I.
So this guy's claiming his channel is funny as fuck. Yeah, because no one's ever heard of you. What bit does this guy do that's funny? So there's people who pay me to perform specific bits that they enjoy so much that they'll send me money to do it again, and then when I perform it, I'll just see like nothing but laughing emojis. I guarantee there's nothing that this UV and E guy has ever done that can hold a candle to any of my comedic bits. There's no way this guy could go live, perform a bit, and get people laughing like I do. Zero chance. So open challenge to you, UV and E. Prove you're funny. Prove you're funny. Do anything that you consider funny, and then show proof of you making anyone laugh. Anyone can claim to be funny, and then there's those of us who've proved it like a billion times. So yeah, anyone can talk the talk. Let's see you walk the walk.
Calling me a shill, that'd be nice.
Yeah, that's just like peak retard. I think it's one of those truth traps. You get this theory in your head, and it's like, oh, you don't know freaking this theory, bro. This guy's not a truther. He doesn't know shit, and they get hung up on this one little detail. He was segueing it into it when I basically tuned out yesterday, where he was like, he pulled up your random video of yours. It was like the biblical cosmology one, and he was like, and this model, this rotating model, he's like, I've debunked this like 1,000 times, like shit. I was like,
so they're too sissy to go on camera. Oh, but then they'll show these memes of me, right? So they'll show memes and they'll gossip about me. So what I said about Eric bothered him so much that he and his boyfriend had to gossip about me and bring up stuff that doesn't even have to do with flat earth. Bring up stuff that I said where I wasn't even talking about them. So at this point, they haven't proved anything I've ever said wrong. And they're literally gossiping about me like a couple gay guys or women, right? Literally just fucking gossiping while they put a meme up on screen.
Talking about, man, in terms of like, yeah, you can debunk a model and stuff, but there's literally just so much we don't know. We can't get a good look of what it's like from outside. Like, we can only discern from here. And as long as you're on the side of like they lied to us, and you're not trying to push kind of harmful like FEIC shit, you're just like boosting Jared, and you're like, yeah, Jared's my friend, man. We go way back, bro. Like, I would never talk about it. Like, as long as your takes aren't that retarded. That's sad, though. Not sad, I guess. He doesn't seem like a very, like, I don't know. He kind of seems like a bit of a douche. I watched, like, one of his videos.
That's sad, though. Oh, my God, so sad. And, and it seems like a bit of a douche. You're just gossiping about me. Nothing you're saying about me is true. You're literally just being a gossiping bitch. And then here he is donating to the stream. So we got this guy who is gossiping with Eric Dubay about me, bringing up shit that doesn't have anything to do with the flat earth or Eric at all, right? And here he is wanting to send me money. It's weird. I was disappointed because awakening is the most important part of life. Oh, wait, I think I already read that. So it's strange that he shows up here and sends me money while defending Eric. It's very strange. Nathaniel Arias says, what's your thoughts on CERN shutting down until mid-2030? Do you believe that's why time has slowed back down? Also, certain Mandela effects reversal. So here's the deal. I don't push things I can't prove, and I don't speculate and then claim that that's actual truth or that that's actually happening. So when it comes to speculation about CERN, I've heard people speculate that it is opening up portals to other dimensions, causing Mandela effects, opening up demonic dimensions and stuff. So I've heard all sorts of rumors of people speculating. And so one thing I've done is I don't speculate on what it does because I don't know. I've never went and toured the facility. I've never like got to mess around with the controls, right? And so there's what they tell us it does, and then there's speculation about what it does. And so what they tell us, oh, it's just a particle accelerator. And then speculation, it's opening up portals to other dimensions. I can't prove that it's what they say, and I can't prove the speculation. So you know what I do? I don't make any claims about CERN, and I don't make any speculation. Instead, I say, who knows? It might not do anything. I don't know if it opens up wormholes to other dimensions. I don't know if it's just a particle accelerator. I don't know if it's just a stage prop that does nothing. So, beings that I don't know, I'm going to be honest and I'm going to tell you. So, that's what makes me an honest truther. Whereas other channels will be like, CERN is creating Mandela effects for sure, right? So I always steer clear from making these absolute claims, especially when it comes to something like CERN, where I've never been to the facility, right? They aren't going to let me tour CERN and check it out for myself, right? So there you go. That's my answer. And it's the same with any other thing similar to CERN, right? So data centers, for instance. I've never been to a data center. I've never toured a data center. There's what they tell us about the data centers, and then there's the speculation about the data centers. So I'm not gonna tomorrow come out with all these unproven theories about data centers just to get clicks. See what I'm saying? So I would argue that there's a bunch of people who've pushed shit about CERN and these other topics where they ran with their imagination and speculation rather than any actual proof. All right. So we got UV and E here. Eric's boyfriend. He says, can I borrow your hat and also do a jig like a gesture to make everyone laugh? No. Go buy your own hat. You definitely can't borrow mine. My hat is mine, and only I get to wear it. So if you want a cool psychedelic hat, then you need to go purchase your own. But then you would just be copying me. So you go do whatever it is you think you need to do, sir.
Where it was way back when he was like in some kind of like backyard patio, like restaurant, just like being an obnoxious flat earther to people, and everyone was like kind of tolerating him or whatever. But there was just this vibe of like, why are you here? And he was like, I don't know, he was like talking about like he just wasn't defending it very well or something. But I guess he was like maybe more of a novice at the time, and he was just excited to discuss the idea. It was still like entertaining, but the way I felt he was representing flat Earth, I was like, you're never going to convince people. You're never even going to really.
Okay, you're talking about one time like 9 years ago, when I got kicked out of a coffee shop for arguing flat Earth against some globe believer. So yeah, I was the one guy talking about flat Earth, and then everyone ganged up on me and treated me like I was, some sadistic asshole weirdo. And so yeah, if you want to like use this one example from 8 or 9 years ago where several people at a coffee shop fucking were all turning against me because I was the one flat earth guy. And so he's bringing up this old example and trying to make it out like I'm a bad guy because I got kicked out of a coffee shop like 8 years ago once, right? So he's bringing up these old fucking examples and then trying to use them like I'm some unhinged, crazy flat earther.
You're just kind of being too aggro, which
Right.
is like funny for me to say, considering like my content is kind of like in your face to some of these people. But
Oh, you're much more polite though. He tries to
Yeah, well,
make comedy and out of most everything, and he's
try that. His whole thing is like, I'm an asshole.
Exactly.
It's kind of a bad, like, you shouldn't, like, you're not an asshole. You can, like, anyone.
So here we are, 18 and a half minutes in, and it's nothing but a gossip session about me. And they aren't even talking about the stuff that I said now about Eric. Now they're gossiping about other shit. You know, me getting kicked out of this coffee shop like 8 years ago. It doesn't matter at all now.
Can be a dick about a certain topic, but you shouldn't try to make your identity of like, here's my asshole perspective because I'm an asshole and everything I do. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, you don't talk like you're just a person.
Well, his
But like,
channel
yeah,
has evolved in that sense from Flat Earth asshole to Jake the asshole to.
And I got rid of the asshole moniker a while ago. You know, I've told you guys, I don't do this specifically to be an asshole. When I started the channel, it was Flat Earth asshole because I liked the Flat Earth topic, and I was looking to take the piss out of anyone who I knew was going to make fun of me for talking about the Flat Earth. So I called myself Flat Earth asshole. And then after a while, I realized I don't want to pigeonhole myself into just being a Flat Earth content creator. And whenever I would talk about other topics, people would say, what does this have to do with Flat Earth? So I didn't want to just be known as a Flat Earth content creator. I wanted to talk about all sorts of other different subjects, other conspiracies, you know? And so I changed the name to Jake the Asshole because at the time it was like the Flat Earth subject was being censored and thrown under the bus. And I didn't want to be known with all these shills as like this controlled Flat Earth rollout character. So I separated myself from the other Flat Earth shills by taking Flat Earth out of the name and just being Jake the Asshole. So that way I could talk about other stuff and not just be pigeonholed into the Flat Earth subject. And then many, many years later, I got tired of the asshole moniker, tired of calling myself asshole, referring to myself as asshole. Anytime I would tell people the name of my channel, I have to call myself asshole. And then I wondered if the search results were holding me back because of the asshole in my name, right? So I wondered if like Jake something else, Jake Gibson or Jake blah blah blah, what something else other than asshole, whether it would show up in more search results if I got rid of the cuss word. So I thought it would be better for my channel if I just got rid of asshole. And so I rebranded a few years ago as Jake the Awake just to try and help out the search results and not be stuck as asshole forever, right? And so I rebranded because I thought that might help, and it didn't really seem to help that much. So it didn't hurt the channel, and it didn't really seem to help that much. So if anything, the good thing now is that if you know you want to show your family members any of my content, you don't have to show them asshole. Like if you want to show your grandma one of my videos, you don't have to tell grandma to watch Jake the Asshole, right? You want to show your dad one of my NFL videos and show him how the NFL's fake. It's not Jake the Asshole presenting the information. So I thought it would help if I got rid of the anus part, right? So I've explained many times like why I rebranded myself along the way. And that's the truth. So anybody who tells you any other story about why I changed my name, they're just making shit up. The real story is what I just told you.
Jake the Awake. So
Right. It's like a personality. Whereas I can like that's kind of the big separation I find. My main criticism that I wanted to bring up, I didn't want to like devastate him, and I didn't want to start up like a, but I was like, Eric is an information presenter. He gives you the information. You are like a personality who people will tune in for like your personality, Jake, or whatever, because they want you to hear your Arnold impression or whatever.
Yeah.
But nobody's coming here for the cutting edge. Like, you know, here's that new.
Cutting edge Flat Earth.
So now he's making up something that's totally false, saying that people only show up to hear my Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions and that they don't show up to get any other information from me. That's provably wrong. Every single week I break down some sort of conspiracy. So there's several weeks where I would break down like staged shootings and people would show up to get the scoop from me. So when I broke down the staged correspondence White House shooting, a shitload of people showed up to hear my opinion about that. So that literally proves you wrong, Eric Dubay's loser ass fucking lying boyfriend. So Eric Dubay's a taint licking boyfriend literally just lied and said that people only show up to hear me do these impressions and that they don't show up to hear me talk about anything else. Literally a lie. And so, like, I broke down Jim Carrey being replaced, Alex Jones being replaced. There was those ICE shootings, Renee Good, Alex Pretty. I broke down both those. Eric Dubay didn't break down Alex Pretty shooting or Renee Good shooting. Eric Dubay didn't break down Jim Carrey being replaced. Eric Dubay doesn't break down any school shootings ever. Eric Dubay didn't break down both of the fake Trump shootings. How come Eric didn't break down those fake Trump shootings? That's because he's a one-trick pony who can only be a gatekeeping flat earth shill. And the only other stuff he talks about are government-approved conspiracy theories like Epstein files. Whereas meanwhile, the guy that breaks down the real conspiracies, you're looking at him. So Eric Dubay's boyfriend is not only gossiping about me in this video, but he's lying about me, saying that people only show up to hear impressions. It's a provably wrong lie. See? And he's been hanging out in this chat the whole time, lying, sticking up for Eric Dubay. It's almost like it's his job, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like-
that's my bit. Like, why are you taking my bit and then calling me a shill and then
Right.
throwing in 80 of your bits? It should just be your bits. Like, he was doing the beatboxing. It made me laugh. You know, it just build up.
Yeah.
Like a stupid beatbox or.
So now he just admitted that he laughed at my beatbox joke. So you got Eric Dubay watching my whole stream, even the comedy parts that don't have anything to do with him. And now he's admitting that he laughed at my beatbox joke. Yeah, it's because the beatbox bit is hilarious. It's like one of the funniest bits anyone's ever came up with. I know because I came up with it and I've done it many times. And people still laugh their ass off when I perform it. And each time I perform it, it's a little different because you never know exactly what I'm going to do when the beatboxing part starts. So here's Eric admitting that he laughed at my beatboxing joke. Yeah, I know. It's because I'm funny. So there goes that whole wannabe comedian thing. They're admitting that my beatbox joke is funny. Yeah. So yeah, guys, Eric Dubay, the mystical, mythical Eric Dubay, watches my live streams. The whole live stream. Even the parts that don't have to do with him or the flat earth. And he thinks that they're funny and he laughs. But then he's also got to gossip and pretend that he doesn't think I'm funny. Make up your mind, Eric. Am I a wannabe comedian? Or are you laughing at my beatboxing bits?
Yeah, there's his impressions. They make me laugh. So,
And my
I mean,
thing is
I keep tabs on
ultimately,
it.
Yeah, his impressions make me laugh. Thanks for admitting that I'm funny.
Yeah, there's his impressions. They make me laugh.
Yeah, he does his impressions. They make me laugh. Thanks. It's because I'm a professional comedian, Eric. Thanks for admitting that I'm funny. Kind of contradicts that part earlier in the same video where you were saying that I want to be a comedian. No, I'm an actual professional comedian who makes you laugh.
So,
and my thing is
I keep tabs on
ultimately,
anyone. Basically, I look at Matt Sargent. I keep tabs on everyone, including him. So whether I like your content or not, I'm probably watching at least some of it to see what's
Right.
going on.
like you gotta
And
see
so-
the narrative, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I still just, it's weak to me in terms of like, just someone starting you off, as in like he was the guy I learned from when I started. Is like that's the biggest part, bro. He lifted the curtain, and you know, and it's like, and it,
No, I already explained that. There's people who thought Alex Jones was legit many, many years ago, but then once they figured out he's a shill, they stopped watching him. So I'm sure many of you stopped watching Alex Jones once you figured out he's a shill. So, according to Eric Dubay's boyfriend, if you used to watch Alex Jones 15 years ago, oh, well, then that means you should always just kiss his ass. And that you're stuck being an Alex Jones fanboy for life if you ever used to like him. You can't ever change your mind and think that he's a shill and stop liking him, right? So he makes it out like, since I used to like Eric Dubay back in 2015, like there's no information that could ever change my mind, and there should be no reason why I would ever change my mind. Oh, the reason I changed my mind is because I found out he was a fucking shill. No different than when I found out Alex Jones is a shill.
Anything that happens after that, you think it's whatever. You got to come through that grateful lens of like, without Eric and before Eric, I didn't know shit. I was just a guy on a globe. I was a little civilian on the globe, and it was because of his content that I was able to help break free from that, you know? So it's like, it doesn't matter in 2026. And then that's it. If you have nothing to say beyond that, you just stop there. But like,
and then you can say that, oh, and then we have a disagreement about the sun.
Right.
And
just be fully honest. He has a different opinion on this than that. And then it's like, and that's fine. Like, whatever.
Exactly. That's how it should be done. This idea of you just...
It's not a different opinion. There's the truth, and then there's lies. So the truth isn't an opinion. So when Eric says this is just my opinion, no, I've proven the sunrise and sunset angles that I've shown. I've proven that it doesn't match a circling sun path. I've proven that his circling moon claim is wrong. He has zero proof about Epstein and that BS that he's pushing.
Flip it all up.
So he's acting like everything I've ever said is just an opinion. Like it's my opinion versus his opinion. No, it's truth versus lies. It's me presenting facts and him presenting disinformation.
And then suddenly I'm a shill forever. Ever since then, every time he's made countless videos just like that, and lives that I don't make, which make me a shill, and called me a shill for various reasons. He loves to put the Patricia Steer shill, image on there every single freaking time. Like, oh, look at this. Look at how Eric dressed once to be funny, just like he fucking does all the time. And, like, it's no big deal. But
I never dressed up like a lady. So Eric dressed up like a lady. And yes, I like to expose the fact that Eric dressed up like a lady, because it seems like he did a Illuminati humiliation ritual of sorts. So Eric dressed like a lady multiple times, and then he also dressed up and imitated me. I don't dress up like a lady and imitate ladies. So if someone wants me to do a Wanda Sykes impression, I don't have to get like a black afro and paint myself up like a black woman, and then like stuff my my chest with fake tits and stuff. So Eric goes as far as to put his hair in pigtails and stuff fake breasts and get into full character and dress like a lady. And then he'll claim that I do the same thing. No. I don't ever dress up. So the most dress up I've done is when like I put on a hat to make fun of like the fittest flat earther, right? So that's not the same. So I made fun of fittest flat earther and I put on a hat, like a baseball hat. That's about it. So yeah, Eric dressing like a lady, I would argue, is a humiliation ritual that he performed. And he's telling his audience that I always use this picture of him. Yeah, I'm exposing that Eric dressed up like a lady multiple times. And he doesn't like it. And then he tries to say that I did the same thing. No, I never did the same thing. There's zero examples of me in pigtails, dressing like a lady, and then throwing up the devil horns, pretending to be Patty Steer.
Then when I do it, it's, oh, and he used to like it. That's the worst part, so.
Yeah, well, you know how...
All right, we got a super chat here from Nathaniel Arias. Said, thanks for being honest. I appreciate your insight. Can you cut a flat earth promo like in the WWF Attitude Era? What would your finisher be called? All right.
Well, let me tell you something. If you want to mess with the flat earth asshole, well, let me tell you something. You're going to have to wake up pretty early in the morning if you think that you're going to get one over on the flat earth asshole. That's why when you meet me in the squared circle at Flat Earth-a-Palooza, that's when everybody's going to see once and for all who the real champion is of the flat earth. And everybody's going to see who the real shill is once and for all. And when I hit you with the devastating flat earth face drop, that's when you're gonna get pinned in the center of the ring. 1, 2, 3, and I am going to be declared flat earth undisputed champion of the world. If you smell what the flat earth asshole is cooking.
There you go. It's like I combined Hulk Hogan and The Rock and Flat Earth Asshole all into one character. Just for you. We got Iron XXVI says, yeah, showing your family, your asshole gets awkward. Yeah, man, had to get rid of the asshole moniker because showing your asshole gets awkward. Exactly. Failed Artist said, what does Chris Rock think about it?
This reminds me of the time I got slapped the shit out of by Will Smith. I still got summertime ringing in my ears. Every time a black man walking down the street, why is it every time a white man see a black man walking down the street, white man gotta cross over to the other side, he afraid black man gonna rob his ass? I saw a white man cross over the other side of the street when he saw me coming. You know what I did? I robbed his white ass. That'll teach him a lesson. Eric Dubay is one of the whitest cracker-ass crackers I ever seen. How come all these cracker-ass crackers always be worshiping Hitler? Why this cracker-ass motherfucker worshiping Hitler think he gonna talk about the flat earth to a black man? How come every time a cracker-ass, white-ass cracker be talking about a black man, talk about a white man, black paper?
Haven't done Chris Rock in a while. All right. There we go. All right, let's finish this up. Oh my God, I haven't got to show any other footage besides this. Been on here like 3 hours and I still haven't made it through this video. I think I rambled too damn much about this video. Oops. Probably shouldn't have spent this long. Oh well.
Is like they need to find some way to attack, you know.
Exactly.
And it's not going to be like you doing the
that he used to like. Now he says that oh, that's what makes me a shill.
yeah. If they throw up you just with a peace sign smiling, it's less of like a and look at him how like you can't like there's nothing to really grab onto. So they got to go for the absolute weakest thing that they can, like anything,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, man. Kind of sad. It feels like everyone wants to be their own identity. There's no sense of like, look, he contributed to this like space that I value and I want this space to exist or whatever. There's none of that kind of just like camaraderie. I mean, I guess there is.
Yeah, there's no camaraderie with shills and charlatans and liars. So the same reason you don't see me trying to link up with Zach Hubbard or Owen Benjamin. So I've called out Zach Hubbard for being a scammer and Owen Benjamin for being a scammer. And I've shown receipts why they're scammers and why I think that and why I would never hang out with them. So according to this guy, we should all just sing Kumbaya and hold hands around the ice wall. We should all just be friends. If Eric says Earth is flat, you should just kiss his ass forever. You should never have anything negative to say about Eric because he said Earth was flat a long time ago. So you should just dismiss his promotion of Epstein and disinformation about a circling sun and circling moon. Just dismiss that because he told you that the Earth was flat.
Just that it's sad that there's not more of it. And I also don't know, like, I don't think Jake the Wake is FEIC or anything, right? He's just like his own guy, I think. And he kind of has his own personality and he fell for like this ego and like some of these little truther traps where he's a little too.
Yeah. See, people who say this, like, oh, Eric and Jake should just be friends. Well, go be friends with Alex Jones. Go be friends with Candace Owens, right? Go be friends with Donald Trump. Yeah, just go be friends with Donald Trump. You guys are fucking stupid, some of you guys. Like, I see right through your shit. Why can't we all just get along? Because he's a fucking liar. The same reason I don't want to get along with Owen Benjamin is because he's a fucking scammer. I don't want to get along with Zach Hubbard because he's a scammer. Oh, well, you should just smoke a joint with Owen Benjamin and Zach Hubbard and Eric Dubay, and you should just be friends. No, screw you. That's some shill shit. It's a shill tactic to claim that we should all just get along and be friends. That's because they don't want people to expose who's telling the truth and who's lying, because then it separates the good guy from the bad guy, separates the real from the fake. So yeah, I can see why you'd want me to burn one with Eric. Typical shill behavior. Let's all just be friends. Jake, you should be friends with Alex Jones. Don't call him a shill. Jake, you should be friends with Witsit Gitsit and Candace Owens, and you should just be friends with everyone you think is a shill. Just smoke a joint with these people, and all will be forgiven. Weak. Okay, he says chill, it was a joke. All right, well, I hope it... See, the thing is that's what shills do. It's a shill tactic to claim we should all be friends. We should all just get along. Jake, I watch both your channels. Why can't we all be friends? Jake, I watch Alex Jones and you and Fittest Flat Earther. Why can't we all just get along? It's because Alex Jones a fucking liar and Fittest Flat Earther's a liar. So of course I'm never going to smoke a joint with them or be friends with either of them. So yeah, I've heard people say that I should be cool with Fittest Flat Earther. Jake, I watch you and Fittest Flat Earther. Yeah, nice try.
I don't know, too honed in on thinking on this one theory, and if you don't align with this one theory, then they're like wrong or dumb or whatever.
That's what it seems like. Yeah. Yeah. He said he ODD to his other source. I guess he said that woke him up that he's into, and now he calls him a shill as well.
Oh, really? Yeah. ODD, was he the guy at the beginning of Level, like the first guy shown?
Yeah, like the rapper guy.
ODD helped me promote my aunt. And then he got locked up for violating his probation. ODD was a compromised criminal who I hired to help me push my aunt, my tracking app. Download my aunt so that I can see where you are. If you wanna be a part of my Flat Earth friend finder, all you gotta do is download my app, and you can find Flat Earth friends. And then I'll know exactly where you are. Download my aunt. You're already being spied on. So you shouldn't care if I spy on you. So they're getting mad at that I'm waking up so many people. I went on Roseanne's show and I went on Alex Jones' show and promoted my aunt. And I woke up so many people that they're trying to take me down because of my aunt.
Right?
From Colorado. Right. Yeah. I never met him, just messaged him a couple times. At one point, he had an issue defending Mark Sargent and said that Mark Sargent's done more for the Flat Earth than you have, but then he changed it up and he thinks Mark has controlled opposition, just like I said. So then we made up, I guess, and then suddenly he disappeared for like 3 or 4 years now, and the only news that there is about him says that there was somebody with his name arrested in a bank robbery in Colorado. And
like his legal name, is it like pretty unique?
So Eric's leaving out the fact that ODD is a admitted sex offender, and he's also leaving out the fact that he begged his audience for money after he supposedly crashed his truck, and then he did a series of live streams with Eddie Bravo and Dave Weiss, helping Dave Weiss promote his tracking app. So Eric's not mentioning any of that, and just acting like ODD just mysteriously disappeared. But he's not bringing up the fact that he's a compromised criminal, admitted sex offender. He's just going to conveniently leave that part out. That's because Eric used to promote ODD and ODD would promote Eric. So now Eric has to pretend like ODD just disappeared at one point and he has no idea where he went or what happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So
That's
that's the current speculation about what's going on with him. But, kick him while he's down. Jake the asshole decides to throw him.
Oh, and now I'm kicking him while he's down. I point out that a sex offender who was a compromised criminal who's no longer making flat earth content, who last hung out with Dave Weiss and Eddie Bravo. Oh, I'm kicking him while he's down. Sounds like a shill defender. Eric Dubay literally defending ODD, defending a sex offender. What does that tell you about Eric? Literally defending ODD right here.
Throw him under the bus too. I wonder what he thinks about the flat Earth with the circling sun.
Right.
Does he ever go live?
Yeah, this whole that you can clearly see exactly the way his mind works in terms of like, I go live, they not go live.
Me not like AI thumbnail. Yeah. I know you use AI thumbnail.
Yeah, it's like
and it's not just the AI. He sees an AI thumbnail and then he goes to say, therefore, everything is AI.
It's AI channel.
That's an AI channel. His voice, that sounds like AI. Oh, I don't even have my own channel anymore.
I think it's also like, I don't know, and you get up, you're in your own head about these things, and you also self-isolate and stuff, and like, I can see how those kind of paranoid thoughts creep into your mind or whatever, but
so now he's talking about that I self-isolate and I have paranoid thoughts. So some guy who nobody's ever heard of, Eric Dubay's boyfriend here, who won't appear on camera, now he's talking about how I'm paranoid. A guy who doesn't know jack shit about me, who wasn't around back when I got started, obviously, doesn't know anything of what went down back then, doesn't really know anything about me, and here he is acting like he knows about me and my life.
it's just weird because I consider you like quite approachable and like you can kind of verify you're like a human being or whatever, judging just by, I don't know. It's just it's obvious to me. But I understand this weirdness and paranoia and everything is AI and we can't trust nobody or whatever. But it's still it's just weird. The way he answered that question, I found was very, I don't know, not honorable. He started out very normal with, he was like, yeah, he was like the OG. He was one of the guys I learned from. And then how do you go from that to like, and because of this one take, look at this and look at this. And like, it's just like, you kind of demonstrate your own retardation.
Okay, so we finally made it to the end of this video. So, like I said, Eric seems like he got a call from his handler and that he was instructed to call up his boyfriend and make this gossip video about me. This video is literally gossip. They did not prove me wrong about any claim I've ever made or anything I've ever said. And he purposely didn't show any of the flat earth information, purposely didn't show anything about Epstein, right? So he gossiped about me off camera with this UV and E guy. So there you go. That was Eric Dubay's latest upload. And if you go to the comments section, there's over 1,000 comments of people just ad hominem attacking me and calling me names. But how many of them actually watched that video? Like we just did. We just sat here and watched all of it. And I went through all of it and explained all of it. So my live stream from 2 weeks ago bothered Eric enough, or bothered his handler enough, that he and his boyfriend had to gossip about me and make this video. Sunflower says, hey Jake, someone named Can't Cross Antarctica is randomly timing people out. Well, he's a guy who I know, and so I don't know why he would do that. I don't know why he would be doing that. So yeah, I know who he is. So yeah, what's the deal, bro? Like, can somebody explain what happened? I haven't been paying attention to all the comments in the chat, so I don't know what the deal is. So yeah, only only put people in timeout who are slandering me and calling me names, right? He said it's not worth digging into, waste of time. UV made a post about deleting his comments and it being a power trip, so I timed out a few people for 10 seconds for fun messing around. All right. Well, you got to remember, people get really upset. Like we had a guy, Truth Hurts, who's a mod now, who was getting timed out for no reason by a rogue mod. So we had a rogue mod who was timing people out for no reason, banning people for no reason. Holden figured out who it was and showed me who it was, and I had to get rid of him. And so there's people here who, like if they get timed out for no reason, it really upsets them. And so the people who enjoy these streams and whatnot, like if they get accidentally timed out, it's really upsetting for them, which I can understand. Like somebody who supports my channel, or is participating in chat, if they accidentally get timed out, I can see why that upsets them. But if it's somebody who's slandering me and attacking me and then they get timed out, well, then good riddance. So all I ask of my mods is to not abuse your mod power and only get rid of people who are clearly trolls, who are clearly here just to lie and spread disinformation about me, right? Like if they show up and they say like, "Oh, Jake's a Jew shill and he's lying to all of you," yeah, those are the type of people you get rid of because they're trying to control the conversation and do damage control. But anyway. All right. Wow, that took way too long. I didn't expect it to take that long to try and get through that damn video, but but it did. So now I know if I start showing other stuff that we've already been on here for 3 hours, we're going to end up going like 4 hours, but I at least feel like I should show a few debunks. But yeah, that took way too long. I didn't expect it to go that damn long. All right, so let me go ahead and show a few quick debunks. Now, no matter. And then if Eric's friend is still here, he can try and defend any of this. All right, so let's take a look at let's start with the moon.
And upside down when viewed from the.
So here's a claim Eric makes about the circling moon, which is really easy to debunk and shouldn't take me but a few minutes to explain. So everybody, pay attention. Turn on your your think or put on your thinking caps, right? Everybody here, we're gonna take a look at what Eric claims about the moon, and then I'm gonna debunk him. And everyone will see Eric getting debunked.
Globe defenders often claim that since the moon appears right side up when viewed from the northern hemisphere and upside down when viewed from the southern hemisphere, that this is proof positive of a spherical Earth.
The globes are full of shit, just like you are.
Anyone can easily debunk this flimsy claim for themselves, however, by simply taping a picture of the moon to their ceiling and viewing it from opposite sides of the room.
All right, well, does anyone see an issue with what Eric just presented here? So Eric says you can debunk a globe believer by taping a picture of the moon to your roof. And then you just simply walk across the room and you'll see the moon from the opposite direction. Does anyone see a problem here? There's a huge, huge problem. Gigantic problem. And Eric purposely pushed this tape the moon to the ceiling nonsense specifically to make anyone who repeats this look like a fool and get instantly debunked. Here's how easy it is to debunk Eric's moon claim here. Have you ever seen the moon look like that before? Have you ever seen the moon take that shape before? Have you ever in your life seen the moon take that shape? Ever in your life? Be honest. How many people here have seen the moon look like this? Because that's what Eric is showing. An oblong, oblate moon, right? Definitely not a circle. Definitely not a round moon, right? So I would argue he automatically debunks himself when he tapes that to the ceiling, because you never, ever have ever seen the moon like that. So when he tells you, all you need to do is just simply tape the moon to your roof and then walk across the room, and now you're seeing it from the opposite direction. Yeah, but you don't ever see the moon like that. So if you were to present this to any globe believer, you would be debunked instantly, because the moon doesn't ever look like that. So suggesting that you tape the moon to your ceiling is a terrible thing to tell your audience, because then they're going to repeat that. And so anybody who repeats this is instantly discredited, instantly debunked. However, Eric Dubay's followers, they're not smart enough to understand why this is wrong. And so it seems simple enough. If you don't do your due diligence, and if you don't do any real research, you can be duped into repeating this and looking like a fool. So yeah, you've never seen the moon look like that in your life, and you never will. So why didn't Eric Dubay tell his audience to hang a picture of the moon from a piece of tape like this? So I would argue we all see the moon looking like this, right? So let's just say this is the moon here, and you're always stuck seeing the same face. And so if you were to tape this to your roof and then walk across the room, well, when you're walking across the room, you're going to see the side of it like that. And then when you get to the other side, you're going to see the back of the moon. No one ever sees the side of the moon. No one ever sees the back of the moon. And you don't see it like this shape like Eric's showing either. So I would argue that telling people to do that is a shill move, a gatekeeper move, in which you'll be instantly debunked and discredited. So no one sees the moon looking like this shape that Eric has. So if you were to tape it to the top to your ceiling like this, now you're seeing one side of the moon like you should be. But the problem is when you go walking across the room, you're going to see the side, and nobody ever sees the side of a disk moon, right? Nobody ever sees the back of that moon. And if the moon was a sphere, if it was spherical, you would be able to see the sides of the moon or the back side of the moon, but you don't ever see that. So we're always stuck seeing the same face of the moon, which means it can't be a disk and it can't be a sphere. So Eric is literally telling you to perform this experiment where you debunk yourself and look like a moron by taping the moon to the ceiling. So it seems simple. It seems like it makes sense, except for the fact that you've never seen the moon look like that. So therefore, it can't be doing that. So you can't tell people to position the moon in a certain way in which you've never seen it do that, because that would be easy to debunk that. So here's Eric serving up easily debunked information about the moon.
On the flat Earth model, the moon as well as the sun are always located somewhere between the tropics, spending the majority of their time on or near the equator.
And so here's another example of him using a 2D perspective of the moon and showing only two observers in a 2D perspective of the moon, as if they're both looking at the same side, except one guy sees it the opposite way because he's looking at it from the opposite side of the earth. But this is yet another another lie, right? This is this is dishonest. This is purposely dishonest what he's showing people here. And then if you repeat this and you show this, you'll be easily debunked. And so the whole purpose of Eric Dubay pushing this misinformation is he's the shill gatekeeper who pushes this easily debunked information so that anybody who repeats it can be easily discredited and debunked. So if you were to model this up in 3D, and you actually have multiple observers looking at the moon at the exact same time. So here we have a 3D example, and instead of only two observers, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 observers. So here I'm showing you a 3D example with 5 observers. Now check this out. So you have one guy here looking at the moon, and another guy looking at the moon, another guy looking at the moon. So 4 different people looking at the moon from different places on Earth, and they all will see the exact same moon face. That's impossible if the moon is a sphere. One of these guys would be seeing the back. A couple of these guys would be seeing the sides of the moon. So nobody sees the sides of the moon. Nobody sees the back of the moon. So it can't be a sphere. And it can't be a disk either. See what I'm saying? So if it's a disk, somebody would see the side of the disk. You would see the back of the disk. So what's happening is people are always seeing the same side of the moon, but it's impossible with one circling disk or one circling sphere. So whether you think the moon is a disk or a sphere, neither one of those is correct, because each of these people, each of these observers is seeing the same side of the moon. And here's the trippy part. The guy furthest away beyond the equator, he sees the moon flipped the opposite direction. So the guy the farthest away, he sees it flipped like this. All right, see this guy right here beyond the equator? When he sees the same moon that all these guys are looking at, it's flipped the opposite direction. So this guy right here looking at the moon, the farthest one away here, he's going to see it flip the opposite direction like that. So check it out. You got this guy south of the equator seeing the upside down moon. But the guy closer to it, the guy closer to the moon on the equator, he still sees it right side up. This guy sees the same face. This guy back here sees the same face. And this guy sees the same face. So all four of these guys, all four of the observers are looking at the same face of the moon, even though they're looking at opposite sides. That's impossible. And then the guy the farthest away right here, we're looking at the back of his head. He's the one who sees it flipped upside down. So guys, this is literally impossible. When you model it up in 3D, this is proof that what Eric Dubay presented you is wrong. So again, Eric Dubay tapes this to his roof, and you get this oblong shape of the moon, which you've never seen. And then he shows this example with only 2 observers in a 2D moon. But if you actually model it up in 3D, and you add more observers all the way around the moon, now you have to try and have an explanation where everybody is going to see this exact same side of the moon, except for the guy farthest away south. He's going to see it flip the opposite way. It's impossible. So that means the moon is not a sphere, and it's not a disk, that there's something else going on with the moon. So these guys should be seeing the sides of the moon if it was a sphere. And then the guy in the back should be seeing the dark side of the moon if it was a sphere. If it was a disk like this, then that means the guys on the side of the moon should be seeing it like this. They should be seeing this side of a disk, but nobody ever sees the side of a disk moon. Nobody ever sees the back of a sphere moon. So guys, Eric Dubay is keeping you from this truth that the moon is doing something magical and impossible. It's not a sphere, it's not a disk, and it ain't just going around in a circle over the AE map. So here's a proof that Eric is lying about the moon. Now, I challenge Eric to use this 3D example and explain how this moon going around in a circle is showing the same face to everybody, while at the same time this guy in the very back is going to see the flipped moon. So the guy in the very back, he's going to see the flip moon. So Eric, if you're watching, or your handlers are watching, use this 3D example and explain what shape the moon is and how each person is seeing the same side. Now, here's the thing. I know there's Eric Dubay's followers who don't understand what I'm showing, and they've never looked into this, so they'll just make up any sort of excuse. Reflection, refraction, perspective, deflection. I've heard all the excuses, but what's going on here is when you model it, it literally proves that what Eric Dubay is saying about a circling moon is wrong. So, 100% proof Eric Dubay is lying about a circling moon. And then this example where he tells you to tape it to your roof. No one's ever seen the moon take this shape before. So this is an example of Eric Dubay purposely pushing wrong information about the moon. And I literally just proved him wrong. And if he wants to refute anything that I've shown, he has to show that 3D example and explain how or why I'm wrong. If he shows up and leaves a comment and only types words, I will delete it. So any sort of refute that Eric wants to make or his handlers want to make, you have to include that exact 3D example that I showed and explain what shape the moon is, a sphere or a disc or whatever, and then explain how everyone's stuck seeing the same side, except for the guy furthest south who sees it flipped the other way. All right, so there's Eric's moon information with a circling moon over the AE map, that's debunked. And that's not an opinion, that's a fact. I factually just debunked it. All right, so now let's go to the sunrise and sunset examples. Damn it. All right.
With the flat earth topic. So first off, I am not a globe believer. I do not believe in the globe model at all. I do not believe in the concept of outer space. I do not believe in the concept of an infinite space vacuum. I do not believe in space missions. I do not believe in any sort of space exploration done by any sort of government. And yes, that does include SpaceX, Blue Origin, and etc. I don't believe in a globe because it is provably wrong. I don't believe in an AE map with a singular circling sun and a singular circling moon because it is provably wrong. I believe in what we can prove. I believe in what I see. And what I see is a sun that rises from the horizon. I see a sun that sets back into the horizon. One of the biggest lies ever told on the flat earth is that the sun isn't setting. It just appears that way because it's moving away from you. And the sun isn't really rising. It just appears that way because of perspective. It's actually just coming at you. And the whole thing is just perspective.
That goes along with perspective showing a sun level, across a level earth going away.
The reason why this is one of the biggest lies ever told on the flat earth is because we don't see the sun get smaller and smaller and smaller and shrink into a dot.
So the street lights get smaller and smaller and shrink into little dots. The sun doesn't get smaller and smaller and shrink into a dot. You see the sun rise out of the horizon. You see the sun set into the horizon. So any shills pushing that it just goes away from you, and then they show the street light example, they're doing a gatekeeping maneuver where they can get you to think that the sun's going in a circle, just coming at you, going away from you, and it's no different than these street lights. Well, the sun doesn't shrink into a dot like that. In fact, it gets bigger as it sets on the horizon. So what they get you to do is dismiss real world observations, dismiss what you're actually seeing and experiencing, and then they'll get you to buy into this fake model of the flat earth where the sun's just traveling away from you around in a circle. So they get you to dismiss the fact that the sun is rising and is setting. So anytime you see shills like David Weiss or Russian Vids or Eric Dubay pushing this notion that, the sun's just coming at you and going away from you, they're purposely trying to get you to not talk about the sun rising and setting, because the sun actually does rise and set. So it's a very dishonest way to cover up the fact that the sun is rising and setting locally for each of us within our own dome of vision. So we're all seeing our own local sunrise and sunset. But the shills aren't allowed to tell you that, so they have to push this information that the sun's coming at you and going away from you, which is provably wrong. You've never seen the sun shrink into a dot, and you never will.
That only exists on that one YouTube video. If you go watch the sun set in person, you will see it get big and orange and then merge into the horizon. So this notion that these street lights are all at the same distance above the Earth and they only appear to be merging into the horizon due to perspective, yeah, that is correct. But that's not the same thing that's happening with the sun. As you can clearly see, those street lights appear to be getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it shrinks into a tiny little dot. Look at the first street light and how big it appears, and then look at the last street light near the horizon. Yeah, that's not happening with the sun. So what they want you to do is disregard what you are actually experiencing, what you actually see with your own two eyes, and instead they want you to accept this lie that the sun only appears to be rising due to perspective, and it only appears to be setting due to perspective. Yeah, I'm going to prove in this video the sun is rising and it is setting, and it's not just due to perspective.
Earth is a level, motionless plane with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us, just
All right, so here's the section where Eric Dubay is making his claims that the sun and moon and stars are circling around us,
as you experience every day. It is obvious to any child and sovereign-minded adult that the sun, moon, stars, and planets, every light in the sky above, revolves around the motionless earth beneath our feet.
Wrong.
So Eric will show these examples, which looks like two discs just going around in a circle.
That the sun...
See, look, he's got a disc moon, and then just like a bright thing represented as the sun, and then he has them going around in a circle. But you've never seen the moon looking like that in the sky. The way that the moon is right here, oblong, egg-shaped, flat disc right above your head going like this. You don't see the moon like that. So again, he shows these images with a flat moon going like this. You don't see the moon do that. So why in the fuck are you going to show that to your audience and say that that's what the flat earth looks like, and then you show this example of a flat disc moon going in a circle? You see the front of, you see the face of the moon like this. Not like this, but like this. But the problem is, if you have the moon go around in a circle like this as a disc, well, then people on the sides would see the side, or they would see the back part of the moon. So if a moon was going around as a disc like this, then there would be people who would see that the sides of the moon and it looking like a disc, but you don't. You always are stuck seeing the same side. So what he shows you and what's happening are two different things. So that's why I've actually explained it, that like, he'll tell you to tape this moon to your roof, but you don't see the moon look like that ever. So he'll have you looking like a fucking fool. And then he'll show these examples.
Every civilization knows that the earth has a sun and moon circling above.
And then he shows this flat disc moon looking like an egg shape, doing something that's impossible.
Moon, stars, and planets, every light in the sky above, revolves around the motionless earth beneath our feet.
Wrong. Not only is this provably wrong disinformation, but these lies have been being pushed by liars like Eric Dubay, David Weiss, Jeranism, Mark Sargent, you name it, the list goes on and on. This is provably wrong disinformation that has been being pushed for a decade. One circling sun and one circling moon over the AE map is impossible. And I'm going to prove it to you. And once I prove it to you, then the notion of the sun rising and setting on a flat earth might not seem so crazy. Every year, there are two equinoxes,
one that occurs around March 20th, the spring equinox, and the other which occurs around September 22nd, the autumn equinox. Now, on the equinoxes, that means every single person on the flat earth is going to get about 12 hours of sunlight and 12 hours of darkness. Not only that, everyone on the flat earth is going to see a 90-degree east sunrise and a 270 west sunset.
Okay, so for one singular sun to be going around the AE map as shown, and everybody get the proper daylight hours and sunrise and sunset angles, it's impossible. So on the equinox, almost everybody everywhere sees the sunrise from basically 90 degrees east and set at about 270 west. So on the equinox, the sun has to be positioned on the equator, which is right in the middle. So if you have the sun going around in the middle of the map on the equator, how is it going to rise for everybody at about 90 degrees and set for everybody at about 270 degrees west? It's impossible with only one circling sun.
Now, you can't just spin one sun around the AE map like a flashlight and light up a circle portion of the Earth. That's not going to do the trick. You actually have to light up half of the Earth. That way you can get 12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness. Now, here's the impossible part. The sun has to be on the equator, as it's shown, but every single observer on the flat earth is going to see a 90-degree east sunrise and a 270 west sunset, which is impossible with one circling sun. I'll let Q and feed.
All right. So I'll explain this, showing another 3D example. So on the equinox, and this is something Eric Dubay doesn't ever show his audience, and he purposely doesn't show this information because it debunks everything that he's been showing with a circling sun for the last decade or more. So right here you have the equinox modeled up on a 3D version of the AE map. So on the equinox, you're going to have 90-degree east sunrise, 270-degree west sunset, basically for everybody. And so when you model up multiple observers, this is what you end up with. So we have 3 observers here in Africa, one in South Africa, one in the middle of Africa, and one towards the top of Africa. Each one is going to be looking to the east and seeing the sunrise. So somebody at the top of Africa is going to see a 90-degree east sunrise. Somebody at the bottom of Africa is seeing a 90-degree east sunrise. Now here's the deal, over on the other side of the world, they're seeing the sun set at that exact same moment. So you have 3 people on the other side of the map who are watching the sun set. And then there's a guy in between these observers over here who's looking up at noon and seeing the sun straight above his head. So when you actually take the observed sunrise and sunset angles on the equinox, and there's 2 equinoxes every year, spring equinox and fall equinox, and then you model it up, such as in this example, then what you end up with is each observer seeing their own 90-degree east sunrise. And at the same time, on the opposite side of the earth, they're seeing the sun set. So this is literally impossible with one circling sun going around in a circle. And anybody who doesn't trust this information, I challenge you on the equinox to point a compass at the sun, or have anyone anywhere on the map point a compass at the sun when it rises and sets. So they call it an equinox for a reason. Equal 12-hour days, 12-hour nights for everyone. So everyone on Earth on the equinox gets a 12-hour day, 12-hour night. an essentially 90-degree east sunrise, 270-degree west sunset. You see how when you model it up, it's literally impossible that one sun is going around in a circle? So if one sun on the equator was going around in a circle, someone in South Africa isn't going to see a 90-degree east sunrise. Somebody in North Africa isn't going to see a 90-degree east sunrise. So only the person on the equator should be seeing the 90-degree east sunrise, but everybody on those equinoxes sees the 90-degree east sunrise.
Explained away by perspective. With one circling sun on the equator, it is impossible for every observer on that same line of longitude to see a 90-degree east sunrise and a 270-degree west sunset. Q and Fee modeled this up perfectly, and anyone with a working brain should be able to see that by Q and Fee modeling up how it's physically impossible for one circling sun to be in all those locations at once. That should prove to you or anyone watching that a single circling sun over an AE map is impossible.
So here's what happens when you start debunking the shit out of guys like Eric Dubay, and you show an example like this in 3D with multiple observers, which obliterates a singular circling sun, destroys it. You get guys who bring up these excuses like Eric Dubay's boyfriend. I think the idea is they contain them under a firmament. See, guys will bring up firmament and reflections off the firmament and perspective and reflections off the dome. So people who don't know anything about the sunrise and sunset angles, and they've never done any research and they've never looked into it, when they see it like this for the first time, they'll go, reflections off the firmament. So I've seen guys make up excuses off the top of their head without ever doing any research into any of these sunrise and sunset angles. So it looks complicated if you've never looked at this before, but it's really not. So this is the equinox, September 22nd, let's say, which is next month. Towards the end of next month will be the fall equinox. So this will actually happen on the next fall equinox. So you got observers here looking to the west at about 270 west, 3 different observers seeing the sunset. And then on the same line,
as you can see,
same line of longitude, these guys on the opposite side of the earth will be seeing the sun rise from about 90 degrees east. And then this guy over here in between these observers, he's looking up at 12 o'clock noon and seeing the sun straight above his head. So how can an observer be seeing the sun straight above his head here? These 3 observers be seeing the sunrise, the sunset, and then these guys be seeing the sunrise, all at the exact same moment. It's impossible. So what's happening is these people are seeing the sun set at these angles. These people are seeing the sun rise at these angles. This observer is looking up and seeing the sun at noon. So rather than make up some stupid excuse that it's the firmament and reflections and stuff like that, instead just go with what we're seeing. Go with what is being observed. They're all observing the sun rise from what appears to be 90 degree east, set at 270 west. That means they're all seeing their own sunrise and their own sunset locally. So this information suggests that each one of us sees our own local sunrise and our own local sunset within our own perspective, within our own dome of vision. That it's not just one sun going in a circle. So I don't think that there's all these different suns out there. We're all seeing our own one sun and our own one moon projected to us in our own dome of vision. So that's why when you model up multiple observers, the more observers you have, the more suns you're going to have. So if I added 4 or 5 more observers over here, they're all going to be looking and seeing the sun set in the same direction. If I add more observers over on the other side of the map, they're going to be seeing the same exact sunrise angles. So the more observers you add, the more suns that you're going to be observing. So it's as if each observer sees their own sun. So the sun isn't what they told us it is. It's not a big gigantic fireball 93 million miles away. But it's not a little tiny fireball going around in a circle. And it's not just a disk going around in a circle either. So that means what we've been told about the sun is completely wrong. And it's doing something that's unexplainable. And the only way to explain it is that we're all seeing our own sunrise and our own sunset. And so all of the official sunrise and sunset data that's been cataloged into websites like Time and Date or SunCalc, it'll show you the exact spot where the sun's going to rise and set. And then you can prove this yourself by taking a compass and pointing it at the sun when it rises or when it sets, or asking different people in different parts of the world to point a compass at the sun when it rises and when it sets. So I've already done that. I've had people point a compass at the sun south of the Tropic of Capricorn, and it does not match a circling sun path. So Eric, if you're watching, or if your handlers are watching, you're going to need to have to explain how the equinoxes work with one singular circling sun. And you have to use this 3D example that I'm showing. And you have to use the official sunrise and sunset data that is observed every single year. So this is what is actually observed. So if we go to SunCalc, and we go to the equinox on September 22nd, I can drag this cursor all the way to the bottom of South America, Ushuaia, click on the sunrise, and it's going to give me an azimuth of 90.89 degrees. So this is showing me that somebody at the tippity tip of South America is going to be seeing a 90-degree east sunrise on the equinox. So somebody, if we zoom in, down here at the bottom of South America in Argentina, this is like the southernmost city in the world, Ushuaia, they're going to be seeing this essentially 90-degree east sunrise and a 270 west sunset. Now here's the crazy part. You drag this cursor up towards the equator. And you're seeing a 90-degree east sunrise from here as well. If I click on sunrise, it says 89.75. So almost exactly 90-degree east sunrise. So it's expected on the equator. But then when you go north of the equator, it's like drag it up to, let's say Boston up here. Then we click sunrise. Get an azimuth of 88.87. So still almost 90 degrees. So somebody here in Boston, far north of the equator, seeing a 90-degree east sunrise. The guy on the equator sees a 90-degree east sunrise. And then the guy way, way down here in Ushuaia, Argentina, seeing a 90-degree east sunrise. So how can the sun be rising from 90 degrees east in southern Argentina and on the equator and north of the equator if it's supposed to be going around in a circle like Eric Dubay says? So if you subscribe to Eric Dubay's model on the equinox, the sun has to go around on the equator. The model demands that the sun go around on the equator. So Eric's model and all the shills who push the same model, this one sun going in a circle, if you stick it on the equator and spin it in a circle,
and 12 hours of darkness,
it's not going to be rising from 90 degree east in Ushuaia. So here's Ushuaia down here in Argentina. Obviously, the sun's not rising from 90 degree east for them. And if you go to Boston or New York, as I showed, they're getting a 90 degree east sunrise on the equinox as well. But if the sun's on the equator, then they shouldn't be getting a 90 degree east sunrise. So if the sun was on the equator going around in a circle, the way that Eric Dubay shows, then that means people in Ushuaia would have to be looking north to see the sunrise. People in New York or Boston over here on the East Coast, they would have to be looking south. So everyone is seeing a 90 degree east sunrise, even people who are far south of the equator and far north of the equator. It's impossible unless everyone is seeing their own independent local sunrise. So this is where Ushuaia is, down here at the bottom of Argentina, South America, and they're going to see the sunrise from 90 degrees. But if there's only one sun on the equator going around in a circle, then that's impossible. I'm showing you it's impossible. So when you model it up in 3D, this is what happens. You end up with observers seeing the sun set on one side of the earth, and then over on the other side of the earth, observers are seeing the sun rise. And in between all those observers, people are looking up in the sky at noon and seeing the sun directly overhead. So this is a 3D example of when you model up the equinox data, and it proves everyone is seeing essentially a 90 degree east sunrise, 270 sunset, which is impossible with one singular circling sun going in a circle like this. Do you understand? I'm not trying to confuse everyone. I'm trying to make it as easy to understand as possible. That one sun, if you're using Eric Dubay's model, has to be on the equator, on the equinox. And in this example, it is. But it's not achieving a 90 degree east sunrise. And it's not achieving a 270 west sunset for every observer. So you can't spin one sun and get the 90 degree east sunrise for everyone and 270 west sunset for everyone. It's impossible. The only way that's possible is if everybody is seeing their own sunrise, their own sunset, which is what I claim.
over an AE map is impossible. As you can see by this example modeled up by Q and Fee, every observer on this line of longitude is going to be seeing the sunrise at the same moment from the same angle. And then over on the other side of the Earth, on that same line of longitude, these three observers are going to be seeing the sun set at the exact same moment. But wait, that's not all. You see this guy over here standing on the equator? He's going to look straight up and see the sun right over his head in that exact same moment. So how can you have 7 different observers seeing the sun in 7 different locations at the exact same time? Does that mean there are 7 suns? No. What's happening is that each observer sees their own sun, and each observer only sees one sun. So basically, we are all seeing our own sun.
So my claim is each observer sees their own sun within their own personal dome of vision. And that the moon and the stars and the sun are projected to each one of us, depending where we're standing on that map. They'll have it projected to us in our own personal dome, and depending which position you are on the map will dictate where you see the moon or the sun or the stars in your own personal dome of vision. So if we use stellarium, I can show you what a personal dome of vision looks like. So if we use this website called Stellarium, which I recommend you guys check this out, play around with it. So whenever I refer to a personal dome of vision, here's how I came up with that concept. So on Stellarium, they'll show you the nighttime sky and all the positions of the stars and the moon and the constellations, right? And so if you look up at this virtual version of the night sky, it's like you're looking up almost at a dome, like this is your own personal dome of vision. And you can even add the grid lines. Whoop. See? So it's like there's the stars that you're looking at. And the stars, the moon, Milky Way, all this stuff, it's being projected inside this dome of vision. And so this is a program Stellarium. And so what I think is going on is that we're all basically living a real life version of this program. So I think this program is based on what's happening in real life. So I believe when I look up in the sky, I'm seeing my own personal dome of vision. It just doesn't have the grid, right? And so everything in the nighttime sky is just going to be projected to me in this dome of vision. And no matter how far I go in any direction, I'm never going to be able to get any closer to these stars. My dome of vision will just travel along with me. So if I start heading north, I'm not going to come any closer to these stars. They're always going to continue to be like the same distance, appear to be the same distance away from me. So with your own personal dome of vision like this, everything in the nighttime sky is projected to you, and you see it locally, exactly where it's supposed to be. And I believe that the sun and the moon in our own set of stars rises and sets for each of us within this dome of perspective. And that this program we're looking at here, Stellarium, is essentially a computerized version of what's happened in real life. Does that make sense? All right. So the observation that I first figured out that proves the circling sun path wrong was an observation in Australia. And it was done by an Australian guy who pointed his compass at the sun as it was setting. And so in the month of December, somebody in Australia will see the sun rise from the southeast, which is the direction of the ice wall, Antarctica, and then set towards the southwest, which is also the direction of Antarctica or the ice wall. And so this was the first key piece of information that made me realize a circling sun coming in from the opposite direction, coming in from the north, can't possibly be rising from the southeast and setting to the southwest. And so when I asked someone in Australia to point a compass at the sun to confirm whether this information is true or not, when I found out the sun was rising from the southeast, setting to the southwest, that's from the opposite direction of a supposed circling sun. So this was the piece of information that made me realize that the circling sun path was wrong. And so when I had someone prove it and point a compass at the sun, that's the information that I showed to Eric Dubay and to Jaron and all the flat earthers. I showed it to everyone. And so this was the when everything changed, was that the shills denied this information and basically shrugged it off, and then they called me a shill for presenting this and showing it. So they start making up excuses for how come the sun's rising from the southeast and setting to the southwest in places like Australia, and they're still making excuses. You got guys like Dubay still lying about these observations that can be performed every year. So it wasn't like this only happened once. This same thing is going to happen again on December 21st. This exact same sunrise that already happened last December and the December before that is going to happen this coming December and the December after that, right? So in the year 2050, the sun is going to do the same shit that it did this year and last year. So the sun repeats these same movements year in, year out, over and over again. So this is information that's going to be repeated and happen again. So Eric acting like there was just this one time where there was this one observation in Australia where it made it look like the sun was setting to the south. It was setting to the south, and that happens every year, including this year. So let me show you guys what SunCalc will show. And I'll show you how in December the southern sunrise and southern sunset disproves a circle sun path. So you take the date and you go to December. Let's go to Christmas Day, December 25th, let's say. And I drag this cursor down here to Ushuaia, and I click on the sunrise. Well, now instead of that 90-degree east sunrise on the equinox, now in December, look where the sun's rising from. It's rising from this direction. So December 25th in Ushuaia, which is the southern tip of Argentina, you're going to have the sun rising from the southwest, way down here. See? And then setting, rising from the southeast, setting to the southwest. So these angles are the opposite direction of the circling sun. The circling sun should be going around in a circle, right? So this sunrise coming from this direction is the opposite direction of a circling sun. So this happens every year. It starts to happen right after the equinox. So the equinox was on September 22nd. Watch. Now click back to the equinox. So equinox, you get your 90-degree east sunrise. And then every day after that, the sunrise starts to be more southerly, all the way through December, right? So October, the sun starts to set more southerly. So if I go to October, mid-October, now you got the sun rising from the southeast. And then it just becomes more southerly when we get into November. And then even more southerly when we get into December. So the most southern that the sun will rise is in late December. And so I can drag this cursor to other places on the map, and the same problem will exist. So if we go to Australia, Southern Australia, let's say Melbourne, and we click on sunrise, then they're going to see the sunrise from this direction, which is the southeast. And if there's one sun going around in a circle going through Australia on the Tropic of Capricorn, then it would be impossible for it to be rising from the southeast and setting at this angle to the southwest, which is towards Antarctica. So this is not an opinion. So Eric told his boyfriend that some guy sent me a compass reading from Australia, and I just think that the sun is doing this thing that I just think, like it's some opinion that I just came up with. No, these sunrise and sunset angles are proven. They're based on actual observations of where the sun has risen and set already. And so I had a guy who lived in Australia point his compass at the sun on my behalf, and it came back matching this information on SunCalc. So I had another guy. So there was that one guy in Australia who I had confirmed this. So then there was a second guy who lived even farther south. There was a guy who lived in Tasmania down here, and it's even farther south. And the same thing happened. He was seeing a sunrise from the southeast and setting to the southwest. So all this information, I challenge any of you guys to go ahead and verify it. You can get a hold of someone in Southern Australia or Tasmania, just the same as I have, and ask them to point a compass when the sun rises and when the sun sets. So anybody who doesn't trust this information, I will gladly tell you to perform the experiment yourself and get other people involved. I've already got other people involved and checked on this myself to verify it. And it debunked Eric Dubay. It debunked Jaron. It debunked Russian vids. It debunked all those shills. Provably. So I'm going to show you the two examples of the Australian guy and the Tasmanian guy showing the southwest sunset, so that nobody thinks that I'm just making this up. No matter where you draw. All right. So here's a video I put out in 2021, and I put out the original version of this video in 2017. So this is repeated information. Eric can't claim that he never knew about any of this. None of the shills can claim that they never heard of this or never knew about this. I made sure they've heard about it and seen it. I shoved this down all the shills' throats a long time ago. So I know for a fact they've been presented with this information, and they've had more than enough opportunities to change what they tell people and say Jake's right. So Eric could have told his audience, I was wrong about the sunrise and sunsets, and one singular circling sun and moon over an AE map is indeed impossible. And Jake the Awake, although he was wrong about me being a shill, he's not wrong about the flat earth map and one singular circling sun being impossible. So Eric could have admitted that I was right. Jaron could have admitted none of the shills wanted to look at this information and go, oh shit, Jake's right. So they purposely dismissed this information, made up excuses, and tried to throw me under the bus. So that's why I will always feel like Eric Dubay is a total shill who tried to end my YouTube career, is because he dismissed all this, he dressed up and imitated me, and he put me on a shill list. And all I ever did was prove that the guy was wrong about what he says about the sun and the moon.
Drag the cursor around in the southern hemisphere at this time of year in October. The sun is setting to the southwest. That's a problem for the AE map because that's the opposite direction than the supposed circling sun. If people in the southern hemisphere are seeing the sun set to the southwest, that is in the entirely opposite direction than the supposed circling sun. So this is a glaring hole in the AE map and model. Now, I didn't just take suncalc.net's word for it. I actually asked some friends in Australia and further south to help me run some experiments. And here's what we came up with.
Hey guys, this is Alex. Okay, I'm in Warburton, which is in just east of Melbourne, about an hour east of Melbourne, in Australia. We're about, 37 degrees latitude south, sunset. Today's the 15th of October, 2017. And I thought you might be interested in seeing this. So here I've got a compass pointing directly at the sun. And it's showing that the sun is currently going down at about 249 degrees west. Now, if you know anything about the cardinal directions, you'll know that the sun only goes down in the summer here in the southern hemisphere as far as the Tropic of, the Tropic of Capricorn. The sun shouldn't be down past due west, okay, which is 270 degrees. Well, it's currently way down to 246 southwest, which means that it's basically, as far as Melbourne is concerned, heading straight towards the South Pole. So I'd like to know if someone can explain that. I don't want any convoluted answers, but just a simple explanation as to why it's not up at least beyond further north than due west, which is what it should be.
Yeah, it should never be to the south. So if the sun is rising out of the southeast and setting to the southwest, it's making this motion right here. But the circling sun is going the opposite direction. So if a circling sun is circling around and then they're seeing the sun rise out of the southeast and set to the southwest towards the opposite direction, towards the ice wall, well, then obviously one sun going in a circle is impossible. And so that guy's observation showed exactly what I was talking about. And I wasn't convinced after just the one guy. So it wasn't like just that one guy sent that one observation, and that's the only thing I've ever had to show Eric. No, I had another guy repeat the experiment, and he was even further south in Tasmania. And as the days went on, the further we got into October, the more southerly these sunrise and sunset angles would get. And so I regret that when we got into December that I didn't have these same guys perform the same experiment, because that's when we would have seen the most southerly sunrise and sunset. So I wish that I would have had these same guys perform these same experiments in December. We would have got the best results. But still, the fact that I got two guys to perform this exact same observation, and both times it proved exactly what I was saying. More than enough proof, and Eric's never been able to refute any of this besides in a comment. So Eric will leave a comment and say, magnetic declination.
Now, some folks may claim, well, the Tropic of Capricorn runs through Australia, so possibly people in Australia are seeing the sunset to the southwest as some sort of weird perspective issue. Now your problem becomes folks in Tasmania are also seeing the sunset to the southwest, and they live south of the Tropic of Capricorn.
It is the 18th of the 10th, 2017, Devonport, Tasmania. Currently watching the sun starting to set right now. My last field of view. It is currently now setting. I'm not sure if you can see that out correctly or not. There we go. You have to forgive me, I'm using a sun filter. There we go, 260 degrees, just south of west. It is the 20th of October, in Devonport, Tasmania. The current time is 7:17 p.m. The sun now, on my last visual sight of the horizon, is setting at 254 degrees south of west. I've lined up my compass properly.
So Eric Dubay will show up and he'll comment, "Oh, well, the sun's not completely setting. So since it's partially obscured, you can't trust this information." So Eric Dubay will only refute this in words. He's never actually shown any of this video and refuted it. Instead, he purposely never shows any of this footage. So when he claims that I've taken down his comments and removed his comments refuting me, he only refutes in word form and he makes excuses. So Eric's excuse for this observation was that the sun isn't fully set. So therefore you can't trust this azimuth of a southwest sunset. As if it's going to start shooting back the opposite direction in the last little bit before it hits the horizon. So he acts like because it was obscured a little bit by this house right here, that the southwest sunset can't be used. So Eric would lie and make excuses, but only in comment form. He would never show these videos to his audience and say Jake's wrong or Jake's right. He would not show any of this at all. So Eric has always avoided showing any sort of proof like this. He's also avoided ever doing any sort of experiment of his own. He's also avoided asking his own subscribers to do this. So Eric Dubay, I would argue, probably has flat earth subscribers in Australia, even Tasmania. Why doesn't he ask them to point a compass at the sun this equinox or in this December? It's because it would obliterate the claims that he's made about a circling sun. So Eric has to pretend like none of this information is relevant and none of it matters. And Jake just got upset one of these days for no reason and just started saying this stuff about the sun that he thinks. No, this isn't some crazy opinion that I just came up with. I looked into it and found that shit, the sunrise and sunset angles just don't match that circling sun path at all. And so I went out of my way to make sure everyone saw the proof. And you know what? I got attacked. The messenger gets attacked. So in this case, I was the messenger who got attacked and thrown under the bus just for showing this. And back then, if guys like Jaron said that I'm wrong and stupid and I'm a shill, and if guys like Dubay said that we didn't take a magnetic declination into account, that's all the excuse they need. People would just hand wave dismiss all of it. But times have changed. Now people are starting to realize, hey, wait, these guys were liars. Hey, wait, Jake was telling the truth all along. So yeah, it took many, many, many years for me to get vindicated that Jaren was a glober pretending to be a flat earther. So it might be many, many more years before I'm completely vindicated about Dubay. But Eric Dubay is a fake flat earther as well. He's a gatekeeper flat earther. And he's been keeping this information from you for his entire flat earth career. And he's been keeping this information from you because it debunks his lies that he's been pushing for his whole YouTube career.
Which I do have. Sitting right here.
So it's a little blurry, but it's showing an even more southerly sunset. So this guy performed the experiment twice. He got a southwest reading during sunset, and then 10 days later he did the experiment again, and he got an even more southerly reading. So this just shows the proof that the farther you get into the winter months, the more southern that the sun will appear to rise and set. So there's the two observations out of Australia and out of Australia and Tasmania. All right. We got Davey D here. He says, this is your number one truther source right here. Have you smashed that like and ring the bell for Jake yet? That's right. If you guys are enjoying this information here tonight, if you're learning something new, hit me up with a thumbs up button. You know, it's not easy to do this, to repeat this information and show you guys all this. You know, this took a lot of time and energy for me to figure this stuff out, and I went through a ton of trouble to put this stuff together and make videos and content about it and then show it to you guys. And this information is a bit technical and not the easiest to understand. So I understand that not everyone is going to get it. So I try my best to make it as easy as possible so that everybody can get it. But I realize there's always going to be people that just don't get it, and they're going to want to default to the simple circling sun model. And that's the thing. They made that simple circling sun, circling moon model so simple so that they can get as many people on board with it and repeating it without you looking into the sunrise angles and the moonrise angles and stuff like that. So by keeping this incorrect model so simplistic, that's how they keep people buying into it and repeating it, is because it seems to make sense. It seems simple until you do some actual research. And if you do real research and you look at the observed sunrise, sunset angles, then the whole thing falls apart. But you have to do actual research to get to that point. Otherwise, you'll think, yeah, so the sun's going around in a circle, moon going in a circle, and it just works perfectly. It doesn't work perfectly. So it's uncomfortable, and it requires a little bit of work to do the research and find out that that model that they duped you with and sold to you is wrong. It's wrong like the globe is wrong. So essentially, when I found out that like I had fallen for this fake flat earth model and fell for all these shills who were lying to me and duping me, I vowed that I was going to expose all these liars and that I was going to do what I can to correct the information so that I'm not promoting the wrong thing, so that I'm not pushing the incorrect information. So it has been a extremely tough task to get to this point and try and explain this over and over again without confusing anybody, and expose who the liars are and why they're liars and how they're lying. And so this is one of those subjects where you have to pay attention. You have to put in some effort in order to see it and understand it. And a lot of people just don't have the attention span. So today, people's attention spans are so small, and it's like people can barely pay attention for longer than a few minutes. Like, how many of them are going to watch a 4.5 hour live stream and watch me break all this down? Probably not that many. So it's challenging to have to present this information and explain it and get people to understand it, because it's been purposely lied about for so long and purposely covered up by these shills. So it's a chore for me to have to do this. This is not my first time doing this. This is like, I don't know, the 20th time I've done this. So this is repeated shit that I've already shown years and years ago. But Eric is still lying about me, still presenting the same disinformation, misinformation. So I have no choice than to go back and repeat this shit if I want to get the truth out there and wake as many people up as possible to what's really going on with this subject. And so anybody who's made it this far, you should have learned quite a bit or refreshed what you know about this subject, way more so than what they're teaching on those shill channels. So I would argue that this group here, are at the forefront of the flat earth movement. This group here, who's paying attention right now, this is the front runners, the forefront of the modern day flat earth movement. And I'm not a shill. I'm a real genuine guy telling you the truth, breaking it down as best I can right now for you. And so this is the current modern day flat earth research crew right here. It's us. Davey D from the LaFleur Network said, this is your number one truther source right here. Have you smashed? Oh, wait, I already read that. Thanks, Davey D. I appreciate that. Iron XXVI says, interesting question I've had for a while. Does the sun bring the light, or does the light bring the sun? Interesting question. Because, yeah, after the sun sets, disappears into the horizon, it'll still, in some locations, stay daylight for another 20, 30 minutes or so, right? And so the sun can be gone, but still somehow it's daylight. And then you look across the other side of the world from towards the east, where the sun rose earlier that day, and it's still daylight in that direction, even though the sun just set towards the west. So yeah, in that time where the sun sets, but it's still daylight. Interesting whether the sun is bringing the light or whether the light is bringing the sun. I couldn't give you a specific, for sure answer as far as that goes. We got UV and E said, I understand being wary of shills, especially in flat earth, but I know you and Eric have 99% more in common than you do apart. We need many warriors of humanity united as possible. Take care and stay safe. Well, I showed that he pushes Epstein shit. And so I said earlier that I think Epstein is a made-up character on the world stage. And any channel I see pushing Epstein shit, in my opinion, is either a useful idiot or a shill. And then he's also pushing the vegan diet, which I believe is harmful. So as it stands, Eric pushes the incorrect sunrise sunsets. He pushes the incorrect circling moon. He pushes Epstein shit and promotes a vegan diet. Oh, and he worships Hitler. He's a Hitler fanboy. So none of those things line up with what I think and what I say. So your statement that 99% we have in common, that's not correct. Eric's also never done any meetups with his subscribers. He's never done any activism. So he's never went out on the streets and preached flat earth or talked flat earth. And so I would argue that I've done activism, I've done meetups, I do these live streams, Shit, I did this live stream here tonight, which Eric would never do, has never done. So to say that we're like 99% the same is yet another lie. So here we are. You're a Eric Dubay defender. You're in love with the guy, obviously. You seem to worship the ground that he walks on. And it doesn't matter what lie he tells, you're going to stick up for it. You remind me of the Trump supporters who worship Trump and make an excuse for Trump no matter what he does and says. So, do I want to listen to a Eric Dubay fanboy whose job it is to stick up for him and protect him this entire live stream? No. So, you're a liar, just like Eric Dubay, and it seems like you're his personal nutlicker protector who's been sent here specifically to spin this narrative. But I appreciate the super chats. You did send several super chats, so I do appreciate that. All right, I've been on here for a really long time. There's other videos I could show to debunk Dubay, but we're at the 4.5 hour mark, and I didn't plan on going this long. So rather than drag this out to 5 hours and then 5.5 hours, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here. And I can always do another stream this weekend and show some more reasons why Eric Dubay is a liar. So, open challenge to Eric or any of Eric's followers. If you disagree with anything I said, then try making content debunking anything I said. But you have to use the examples that I show. So, if you're going to talk about the equinox, you have to show that example of the observers modeled up on the AE map that I showed with the sunrises and the sunsets. You have to show that. If you're going to disagree with me, you have to show how and why I'm wrong. You can't just say I'm wrong. And so anybody who wants to disagree with anything, feel free to make a video and show exactly how or why I'm wrong. But make sure to include the info that I've presented. Because if you don't, well, then you're nothing more than a gossiping, lying bitch like Eric Dubay's boyfriend who gossiped and lied about me and didn't show any of the info which I have presented over the last decade. Jonna says, thank you for your stream, Jake. We love you, Jake. Oh, I appreciate that, Jonna. I love you guys too. Jonna, you've been a long-time supporter and you've donated many times. And so thank you very much. That's a very, very generous donation. So, oh yeah, there was a video that Holden linked earlier that I forgot to show. So let me go ahead and pull up that video that Holden sent earlier. And then we'll wrap up this stream. One sec, guys. Holden sent a link to like a Dubay video like an hour or two ago. So let me pull that up and see what it is.
Globe defenders off.
All right. That Holden linked. Eric Dubay, why does the moon appear upside down in the southern hemisphere mirrored video?
Claim that since the moon appears right side up when viewed from the northern hemisphere and upside down when viewed from the southern hemisphere, that this is proof positive of a spherical Earth. They believe that observers...
Yeah, I showed this exact clip, Holden. Yeah, I showed this exact clip and debunked this image right here and this image right here. Yeah, I showed this already. So yeah, I don't want to repeat the same clip that we just showed. But thank you, Holden. I appreciate the donation earlier tonight. All right. And last super chat of the stream before I shut it down says, "Heck of a stream. Thanks, Jake." Yeah, it can be a little dry, some of this info that I presented tonight, and that's because I've presented this like 20 times in the past. So I'm basically just repeating myself because the shills like to repeat the same lies and act as though nobody will remember any of the information I've presented in the past, which forces me to have to represent the information, which I did tonight. So thank you guys for hanging out here tonight and enjoying another presentation of Eric Dubay debunked. We'll see if his handlers write a script for him to do some damage control again, or whether he just ignores all of this. 50-50 chance Eric just ignores everything that went on in this stream and pretends like it never happened. Or perhaps him and his boyfriend do another stream and gossip some more about me. We'll see. All right. So with that said, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate all the super chat love that came in tonight, and I'll go back and watch the replay and read all the comments and whatnot that came in. So you guys have a great night. I love you guys. You're the best audience ever. And a shill bag like Eric Dubay wishes that he had an awesome audience like this with real supporters, but he never will because he's a lying shill bag. So thank you for being here, supporting the real deal. And I'm going to be here breaking it down for you guys in the future. So hopefully this weekend I'll do another stream and we'll have some more fun. So until the next stream or the next video, I'll see you guys later. Have a great night. Peace out. Much love. Take care. Bye-bye.